Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to take the chance. Everybody in the back, can you just get a little closer? Welcome to the Case House in COP30. I'm Luciana Balon. I work in the Marco Polo Foundation from Caxias do Sul. It's such a joy to receive all of you today here. The- Sala. This case is a coalition of Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale that has united to reinforce the importance of the active engagement on the private sector on the climate agenda and nature. Our big objectives with CASE are give visibility to cases and solutions that have been implemented and make scalable, promote dialogue and multiple sectors, reaffirm the potential of Brazil and our companies, aligning economical development, sustainability, and social justice. Case House is going to be active until the 19th of November, approaching each day a theme connected to the action agenda of COP. We had food systems, bioeconomy, and today is infrastructure. It was still going to have financing, energy transition, and fair transition, and circular economy. Please pay attention to the program. And I'd like to thank our approximately 100 panelists that agreed to be with us, giving life to CASE. Also, the members of the coalition that are making this all possible. Our partners, Mandala, Excentro, CBDs, and the producer TM1. We hope that we all take advantage of CASE and enjoy it. About the panel today, public transportation and decarbonization, connecting efficiency and climate impact, not only approaching technological solutions, but how to design cities that are capable to integrate efficiency, mobility, and climate impact, exploring policies, financing strategies, and partnerships that will generate social benefits and bigger competitiveness for the country. Here, I'd just like to have a talk about the theme that is connected to Marco Polo and Caxias and taken to other cities, which is the theme of cities. Cities are realizations of dreams, equipments. The city, the people choose to see in the cities. They choose to stay in the city because they want happiness for their families. So this theme was very well selected to this conversation for cities that realize dreams. I'm going to call out on Fabio Comi, Association of Transition Efficiency on BNDES. Vice President of Innovation, Technology, Risks and Sustainability of Motiva, Pedro Suter. Welcome. The CEO of ITPD, the Institution of Transportation Development Policy, Heather Thompson. And to moderate the panel, the CEO of Marco Polo, my friend, André Magnejian. Welcome. Great ideas. Okay. Enfim, it's a pleasure to be here, pleasure to be all with you. Well, thank you for the presence of all of you. It's a theme, one of the most relevant at the time. We're here on COP30 with this very important role with the decarbonization of the sector. When we look at the transport sector in the world, around 12% of the emissions come from that sector. From one side, it seems a great number, but the good news is the process of decarbonization is easier to be done on this segment than in others. We have many solutions available in the market today that help us to accelerate this process. So I do believe that inside of this big objective of COP 2030, we're going to debate a theme that is very relevant, that has the space to accelerate this contribution, environmental contribution in a very quick way. And I'm going to start asking and talking about the future. I'd like to see your vision of future. How can we, Heather, I'm going to start with you. How can we accelerate this process of decarbonization of the public transport in the cities, being Brazilian cities or outside of our country?
In English, obviously. So a very pleasure to be here with you. COP is always an exciting time, not only for the negotiations, but really a time for partners to come together and to hear from one another and to further the dialogue. So it's a real pleasure to be here. One of the things that we have been saying for so many years related to COP and the climate challenge ahead of us is, of course, the role of government is so important, but we can't do our job without the private sector. And it's really the partnership of the government and the private sector. And the role of the civil society, which is what I am representing. I am the CEO of ITDP, the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. We are an international non-government organization, NGO. Our headquarters is in the US, in New York City, which is where I'm based, but we have offices all over the world, including here in Brazil. We have a small but mighty team in Rio, which I'm very proud of their work here in Brazil for many years, but we also do work throughout the world with our offices in Mexico, China, India, Indonesia, even in East Africa. So I can reflect on the situation here in Brazil, but also talk about some of the best practices that we bring from the rest of the world. I've been to many COPs. I'm very excited to be here for this COP. It was very special to fly into Belém from Rio. I was in Rio last week for the Mayor's Summit, and this is the first time, as I think you all know, that we have had a COP in the middle of the rainforest. And I think it is a great reminder of why we are all addressing climate change. Every afternoon when that rain falls, it's a good reminder of why we're here to address climate change. So thank you all to Brazil also for hosting in such an amazing place. You know, at ITDP, we are an organization that is 40 years old, and our mission is really the nexus of environment and equity. So climate change is a top priority for us, but everything that we do, we think about also the well-being of people and how we have people-centered solutions. A few years ago, there was the COP in Glasgow in the UK and Scotland. It was just after the pandemic. And coming out of the pandemic, there was a lot of interest in electrification, electric vehicles. And at ITDP, we wanted to really understand how close we could get to our climate goals with a focus on electrification, very much with people in mind. And what we found, we did a study along with the University California, Davis in the US, in California. And in that modeling effort, we came to find that we cannot get to our climate goals with electrification alone. What we found with the study is that we really need to focus on electrification, but that we also need to focus on making sure that our cities develop in ways that are compact, and that we also have a backbone of investment in public transportation walking, and cycling. Essentially, we need to make sure that the distances people need to travel from their homes to their jobs to school are small so that we have fewer cars driving fewer miles or kilometers, and that all of the vehicles that are left are electrified. And so this is important not only to meet our goals in climate change, but it's also very important because it makes our job in the electricity sector, in the energy sector, easier. With that combination of electrification and compact city development, walking, cycling, public transport, we save about 40% on energy demand. Here in Brazil, you're very lucky. You have a lot of abundant renewable energy, which is wonderful. But in many countries around the world, we don't have so much renewable energy. And even here in Brazil, when you have so much energy, we still have to think about connecting the grid, which is a big challenge. See, here we go, the rain.
Rainy time.
The other thing that is so important about that study is that with that investment, it saves us money. And what we found is that that can save us about $5 trillion US dollars per year by 2050. The study was so important that we then did country-level studies, including for here in Brazil. And one of the really interesting findings is that that money savings is not only for the country, but actually it saves individuals, people, the ones we care about, 50% of money on travel costs. So that's really huge. And I will just kind of round up by saying, at the bullseye of that intersection of electrification and public transportation are buses. I think you know a little about buses. And electrifying buses is really one of the most cost-effective strategies we have. Here in Brazil, you have so many buses. You are known for your bus rapid transit systems that started in Curitiba. So you have amazing culture of buses. And I think one of the best things that we can do for climate change is rapidly electrifying the big, beautiful bus fleets that you have here in Brazil. And happy to elaborate more on some ideas and solutions.
Heather, obrigado pelos comentários. Realmente o que a gente tem visto que essa conexão.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you for your comments. We see that this connection of the models beyond what Heather has said with diminishing the distances, but when we talk about buses, it's connecting our systems with other means of mobility. And it's interesting, Marco Polo has this big step of getting on the trains. So our companies also produce trains on a smaller scale, but it's a solution to create new models and interconnections and mix of solutions that is going to bring the reduction in a more drastic way when it comes to pollutants. Pedro, I'd like to take the advantage of the comments and your experience. What is your vision of how we can really accelerate this process of decarbonization of the cities here and outside of the country? Thank you for the invitation and participating on this panel. And a theme that is very dear and motivates for who doesn't know is Motiva is actives of mobility in Brazil and other actives outside of Brazil. We operate 3 platforms of businesses, railroads and airports. We're the biggest platforms of actives here in Latin America. And the company has the sustainability inside of its strategy because we believe that, in fact, we're going to generate a lot of value following the strategy, not only of decarbonization, but especially the strategies of resilience and adaptation when it comes to climate. But I am going to do a reference of a study that we lead. Marco Polo is part of that, and we lead a study that's another coalition, not the CA.S.E, but it's coalition of the transport companies here in Brazil. COP30, provoked by the ambassador in September last year, to be here with the initiatives, with these joint initiatives and leverages that are going to make it feasible and accelerate the decarbonization of the sector of transport, that Brazil, by our math, is not 12, is 11%. We can round up, but I'd say that it's even more here in Brazil because a lot of our emissions are criminal emissions, emissions of the burning of forests, and so things like that. When this is finished and it's being diminished, thank God, our percentile is going to go up, and we're going to be on the window more focused. So our mission is responsibility of a company that administrates actives of infrastructure of mobility. It's a huge responsibility. Understanding this responsibility, and on this provocation of the ambassador, we lead with INSPER, with CNT and BCG giving us the support, and all the companies that are in this document actively participating on the discussion. We identify 3 leverages to accelerate the decarbonization. The first one we're going to speak now is electrification. It's the path that is obvious, that corresponds, and is going to enable the decarbonization of along the lines of 60% of the emissions of the joint of emissions of Brazil. If we don't electrify only 50% of the fleet, I don't have the number correctly, but it's small percentage into 2050, but it's a conservative in my view, this premise. It hasn't been in Brazil so much, but in the last 2-3 years, how the penetration of the electrifying fleet has been growing, and this can happen in other companies on the transport that is more heavy. And another leverage is the mix. Brazil is not a country that is railroad driven. We have this timid grid when it comes to this logistic of those transports that are carrying weight. So essentially 20% of the grid is transported with hydro and iron, and is going to contribute on the reduction as well. So the utilization that is more intense of biofuel is another leverage as well. Brazil, in fact, Heather, of other countries, has the privilege and the responsibility to accelerate this decarbonization and sell this model from the world, because we have this clean matrix, and it motivates 60% of our consumption, and we can neutralize the second scope with 100 anticipation. It's the goal that we wanted to reach, and we want to be, through innovation and investment, to be a company that is going to leverage and accelerate the process of electrification of bus fleets in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Salvador, where we are more present in the South as well. We want with infrastructure to accelerate the
Yesterday, we established a coalition with Volkswagen and other companies that foresees, that provides for a delivery of 1,000 back and forth connections between São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, where we have the most intense flow of trucks, lorries in Brazil. We want to deliver an infrastructure that allows for these trucks to arrive. Not only Volks, Mercedes, Scania, all world companies are investing in electrification of heavy fleets, cranes, and our roads infrastructure doesn't allow us for that to be feasible. What we intend to do over the next few years is a goal of ours in speed up many investments to assure that infrastructure. For that, we are a company that allocates capital in largely. We have a commitment of investing 60 million reais for the next 6 years in the contracts of the assets we run. So the company has a very intense capital allocation, assets allocation, and this allocation has to be that in railroads where we're more allocated, this capital allocation, this asset allocation has to be done completely differently from the way we did when we build our roads, our highways, our subways. So that means incorporating innovation with new construction methods that will reduce the time in which these assets are delivered for this to the citizens, and also improve residue management, reduce the use. For example, today we have a goal of reusing what we call RAP, the asphalt residue of the roads. The roads here in Brazil are all made of asphalt, differently from the US, where they're mostly made of concrete. So at every so many years, you have to scrape those roads, and that residue, that powder in Brazil served wasn't used for anything. It was donated to the city halls to do holes, filling holes in the highways in their campaigns. And we use these asphalt residues from our roads and reduce the consumption of CAP. CAP is the sub product with more emissions in the chain and the oil and gas chain, because it's the last product from the refinery. It's what's left over down there. It's a product that we buy, and all the companies throughout the world that consume asphalt do. Uh, they want to reduce the use of that subproduct, which is CAP, and we have goals. One of the goals for decarbonization is just that one. And so we got to the COP with a clear vision of what we want to do. We came aligned, and an alignment that is surprising alignment. Who would say in September we'd get to COP with over 100 companies subscribing that document? And imagine, if I'm going to invest in these three leverages, actually the set of initiatives these initiatives are over 90. And investing in those initiatives, I neutralize what I have from emissions nowadays in transportation, and I'll have 30 left, which is the growth here we'll have in Brazil. In these 30s, we will neutralize by innovation, and we'll find solutions further on. And that is what it commits to, not only through our strategic model, is to pursue these goals, creating value. We believe these investments will create value for the stockholders to beyond and also to society. This alignment is very important to speed up that process, because we know the agenda is an agenda that anyhow hard to finance. I imagine I'll give it hand the floor to our colleague from BNDES. Yes, you let me a good hook to talk about this. It's interesting because transportation is another solution to reduce emissions, and as you well say, cutting back other ways of emission, like the non-legal ones, when we have an important role to solve. But I'll do the following, Fabio. Let's ask to hear your opinion about the future of the cities and how to speed up that process, but also talk a little bit about the priorities in terms of investment, innovation, technology, partnerships. What can be done for us to make the private sector should lead this transition process? We talk about the responsibility of the private sector, and in our talks we'll see, and we'll talk a little bit about our solutions. There are many solutions available, but how do we prioritize them, and what's the role of BNDES? How can we help in that whole process? Well, Andre, thank you. Thank you for an invitation made by CASE. I want to greet Pedro, Heather, and you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Belém. Cutting the chase to your response, I will just give you an overview to contextualize, but BNDES is the National Development Bank of Brazil, social development. It's 100% run by the federal government with 73% of years of history, And the mission of the bank is to fund and support development and in long-term investment in Brazil. So I think our agenda, looking to the bank's history and a little bit of the strategy since the management led by President Mercadante took over, it has a clear vision in the sense that first of all, the climate transition agenda is inevitable to be faced. Scientists imagine this would maybe be for the next generations, our children, grandchildren, and I think we'll have to face these changes, and we are experiencing good part of them already. But although we have this hard scenario, and it's a mobilization and the motto that the Brazilian presidency brought as crowd work, the concept of joining has behind the bank's vision, uh, even with all the challenges in Brazil, the decarbonization of the economy and the climate transition offers an opportunity for development. Not only decarbonization, of course, decarbonization is one of the major challenges in our generation, but development, creation of jobs, income, and opportunities for our population and for development uh, of society and the companies, and to tackle that series of challenges we'll need to develop opportunities that at the end of the day will be good for expansion of Brazilian companies if we are able to develop a well-structured strategy. So having said that, what way we can approach that? I think transportation, mainly public transportation, is an agenda that is very easy to explain because citizens, we're all citizens here. I think good part of cities, Brazilian population is one of the most urbanized populations in the world. 90% of people live in cities, and public transportation, while we convive with it daily, either using it or facing the challenges of our good or bad transportation network. And BNDES has a long history of supporting this kind of initiative. It's one of our key priorities at the bank because it's a service that impacts directly and has an externality, a positive, the externality that is absurd. You can't capture only in tariffs. Along the For the last 20 years, the bank has had a very strong action performance in that we financed projects over the last 20 years of more than 100 billion reais, and from that the bank financed around 65 billion. So it's a 65-35 relationship for investment. Motiva is a major client from the bank, be in the lines of CPTM in Sao Paulo, be it the subway in the city of Salvador, or VLT in Rio de Janeiro. Marco Polo is also a major client. They are major clients of the bank, and Brazil uses buses very much, and that is a feature that creates a series of opportunities for the bus makers, the bus producers, and it's also a challenge for the ones financing or funding that activity because it's pulverized, considering the models of mid-size and high capacity. But it's a Brazilian priority, and in our new management, we made a decision. BNDES historically financed the bus clients through the outsourced banks, and we made a decision of financing directly the clients, be public or private operators. In this electrification agenda, Pedro and I were talking before the panel began, because the agenda of climate change, President André Correia do Lago mentions this in a very straightforward manner. It's a funding agenda at the end of the day, because all solutions we're discussing here demand high volumes of capital, of assets. Just to give you an idea of the figures, an electric bus without negotiating discounts with André's team is around 3 million reais, one bus. So you think on an agenda, Brazil has 1,000 100,000 urban buses. So it's hundreds of billions of reais if you electrify the whole fleet. So it's a major challenge, and that's where we see the role of the bank in the sense of developing public policies, grant the capital with cost, or lend the capital with cost and term necessary to make investments this size feasible. So they're investments that demand long terms for payment. Electric buses have a longer life. We're talking about 13 to 15 years. If you look at the rails, longer, even 25 years to 30 years. So we need a patient capital. Okay, as we say, BNDES has a very long-term vision, has a perspective that is not only the economic benefit of funding these goods or these projects, and obviously we must have economic benefits. Otherwise, the bank's activity won't be perenne. If we lend the money and it doesn't come back, the bank's life will be very short. So we have this concern, obviously, of making economic financial sense, but there is a larger perspective regarding the benefit this creates for the Brazilian society. So having that long-term vision, we're coming to the second challenge, which is how to grant resources with proper capital cost fit for investments of this magnitude. And then I take an example of a project the bank is funding that is not electric mobility, it's not electrification, but just so you know the amount. An underground subway we found in Sao Paulo, the Orange 6 line. It's not from Motiva, so I feel free to talk and not embarrass Pedro, but it's 7 billion reais investment. BNDES is funding 70% private and public parts. And to fund such an investment, you need very long terms, 20, 25 years terms, and the capital cost, which is a major challenge, not only for the transportation sector, for the whole, but also for the whole economy in Brazil. Brazil is an emerging economy with very high capital cost, and we reflect that in general in interest rates. But interest rates is one of the components of the capital cost, and a very high interest rate makes it stockholders. From Pedro, there are some here, the Marco Polo stockholders require a capital return rate even larger than the interest rate. Otherwise, he will just leave the money in the bank when receives the interest for that. So a challenge and a vision of future. I have no response, but there's some mechanisms we can develop with a little more time in the panel, is how to bring public capital that is limited. We don't have resources, limited resources in the budget. It's by nature a scarce resource. So how do we bring these resources to reduce the cost, the capital cost, and make investments feasible, investments that are close to being above the feasibility line or need a little push, that we understand that as they get upscale, these investments must be unleashed. And just to finalize, an instrument we've been using to talking about the present day, that's the climate fund. It's a funding we do to decarbonize Brazilian economy in projects and investments for decarbonization. Obviously, electric buses is one of the items that can be funded with the climate fund resources. It's an extremely competitive line, 6% a year interest rate, plus the risk spreads depending on who the client is, the operations features, but you take 6 versus 15. There's a cost differential that is extremely attractive just for us to foster that activity. And since January 2023, when present management took over, we funded over 1,700 buses. We're talking about 5 billion reais investment, over a little over $1 billion for Heather's to have an idea. So that's how we see the future with the mechanisms we have in the present. So I think the major challenge is how to take this to a necessary scale to cross and next to run this climate transition process during the next 15, 20 years. Thank you, Fabio. Fabio mentioned about stockholders at Marco Polo. I just looked at a major stockholder we have here, but it's interesting to say we are at the stock exchange. We have a large movement of stock, and the company could do a big turnaround of the business that reflects in the stockholder business. And we are in the Ibovespa, and it's one of the most traded stock in the market. So I think it's an important move. That's just some brackets, not the focus of the event. I'd like to listen from you, Heather, a little bit of your international experience, how the companies, the private sector can lead that transition. Which should be the priorities? Here I open in all spaces in investment, innovation, business models, partnerships under your vision. How can the private sector have that leadership, have that protagonism in that process?
Be in the middle of this conversation is sparking so many ideas. Can't hear my own self. You know, I think so much of the issue is finance, but it's also, as we always say, project preparation and making sure that the pipeline of projects is actually ready. And the exciting thing, just to focus on e-buses, because again, I think there's so much opportunity there. E-buses are a quick solution, and as we know, climate change and dealing with climate change is urgent, and so really focusing on e-buses is so important. And you know, we at ITDP have been focusing on e-buses since about 2019. And it's very easy to point out a lot of challenges and a lot of problems, and certainly we can talk about that, and financing is one of them. But it is also remarkable to see that in such a short amount of time, we see so many cities around the world very interested in e-buses. At ITDP, we have been piloting projects around the world so that cities have experience with e-buses, and they know now with those pilots that e-buses are a better solution to the old dirty diesel buses that they've been running for years. So I think we're at the point where we have a lot of political will. That's certainly seen here in Brazil, but now we need to help cities get ready, move from interest to really ramping up and scaling up. And I think some of the places that are most exciting, of course, we see China, who has, you know, invested hugely in the electrification of buses, but there's also some really exciting cases throughout Latin America. Bogota, Santiago, and of course here Sao Paulo are some of the cities that have the largest e-bus fleets. So we know that we can do it. We know that we can scale up even here in Latin America, but we also know that there are so many more cities that have less capacity and less support from the national government that we also need to support. So here in Brazil, and we have similar instances from other places in the world, we are helping cities get ready. Very exciting that we have a partnership here in Brazil with BNDES and the Ministry of Cities and the Ministry of Environment to do just that. And with BNDES, we've been looking at 21 metropolitan regions to try and understand what the roadmap is for electrifying buses. And we found that in those 21 cities, there are about 14,000 buses that can immediately be electrified. And those are the buses that are the oldest buses in the fleet. They're already ready for retirement. And just with those 14,000 buses, we would save about 25% of greenhouse gases in those cities, which is really huge. So if we think about the 107,000 buses that are running in the country, just to replace those 14,000 would already be a huge benefit to climate change. And so with that study, not only were we trying to understand what are the low-hanging fruit and where do we have really good opportunities, but also trying to understand what are the real needs for the cities so that we can scale up more quickly. I know Marco Polo prides itself on really specializing the buses for the needs of cities, which is great, but we also know that we can simplify that equation by having maybe a handful of modalities that work throughout cities so that we don't have to take the time to redesign the bus one city at a time. And I think that's a huge benefit to really thinking about, you know, we know that there are hilly cities, there are hot cities, cities have their different characteristics, but if we can find the commonalities between them and design buses accordingly, that we would be able to roll them out more quickly. I think the other thing that's really important is, you know, companies need the certainty of demand. And by really understanding what the demand is with all of these cities, we can think about larger scale manufacturing and larger scale procurement that can go hand in hand with financing so that BNDES and other banks really understand how to structure their finance, and we can look to new business models that we can replicate more throughout those cities. And again, I think the examples we have Santiago and Bogota and even here in Sao Paulo in terms of the business models are something that we can replicate too. You know, one thing that was alluded to but is important to think about is the total cost of operation of an e-bus is lower over time compared to a diesel bus. The maintenance, the operations are much easier, but the challenge is really the upfront capital cost of the buses, which has already been described. So how do we bring that money forward, help these cities make that higher upfront purchase and then pay back that money over time? And that's where I think we have the opportunity for these new business models that we're finding. The struggle has often been, you know, we buy the buses, but how do we keep up the operations and maintenance over time? That's not so much the challenge with e-buses, it's more that upfront cost. So again, it's really great to have BNDES. I think it's a really special case to have a national development bank. Most countries don't have that. And to really have the alignment with the government to provide that kind of financing. But we also know that that has to go hand in hand with the public sector and with the private sector. So we're also very excited at ITDP. Just last week, we announced a new mitigation action finance facility. And this comes with concessional lending from European donors as well as collaboration here with banks in Brazil. And that will bring in 80 million euros with the idea of leveraging about 450 million euros from the private sector specifically for e-bus electrification. And rather than focusing on Sao Paulo, we'll be focusing on 4 other cities, so Belo Horizonte, Curitiba, Salvador, and Rio. And the goal is to finance 1,700 new electric buses. So that will double the e-bus fleet here in Brazil with just those 4 cities. So again, we know the demand is there. We're working on, bringing in partnerships with other banks from around the world for that concessional lending, focusing on new cities to develop new models that can be replicated, and hopefully also from the more technological perspective, figuring out some more uniform types of models so that we can scale up more quickly. So maybe I'll leave it with that.
Obrigado. Bastante interessante teu comentário.
Thank you. Pretty interesting your comment, Heather, especially when we talk foreseeability. The foreseeability of demand is one of the major factors to really bring attractiveness, financial attractiveness to the business. I'd like to change directions and talk about the solutions we have available that can be implemented, be in products, technology, in urban planning. And before giving the floor to Pedro for the question, I'd like to mention that in Marco Polo, we've done many investments in new products. We began with e-buses. We talked here about the electrification solution, and really in the long term, it's a solution that we see as the winner. Why? Because the autonomy of batteries with time will increase. The cost of the batteries technologies in time will get better, will be improved, and obviously this will be the natural pathway for a mid and long-term transition. What we've seen in some regions, we're talking about speeding up the emissions reduction, and we realize that process of transition is being slower than expected. And a large part of this, well, we can talk about funding, but there we have interesting solutions. But part comes from the recharge infrastructure, some bottlenecks in recharge infrastructure to speed up that transition process. In that context, of course, as the company is looking towards the world and looking at many markets, we have since microbuses, since the heavy road interstate buses, in all over Latin America, over 140 countries in the world. We understood other solutions would be important to be brought to the scope of the company to speed up that process of emission reduction. One of them is outside here, this green bus. You see it's a hybrid bus ran by ethanol engine, and you don't need a recharge infrastructure. Actually, it is an electric bus, but who loads the battery? The item loading the battery is a combustion engine run by ethanol. We say that it's a neutral carbon engine because all the cycle of production of ethanol since the sugarcane crop, since the consumption of ethanol to feed the batteries is zero in carbon. It emits gases burning carbon in combustion in the engine, but at the same time it absorbs these gases in the production of sugarcane, and that eliminates the needs of a recharge infrastructure that's a bus that can circle 450 kilometers and then be fueled with ethanol. It's an interesting solution. Of course, we're not talking about all markets. Brazil is a major ethanol producer, but once again, looking towards the world, and as a company, wanting to be a protagonist in our segment, seeking for alternatives to speed up that process of emissions reduction, these alternatives appear. We have other alternatives. We have a bus, for example, run in biomethane, was introduced yesterday in another event. We have a microbus, biomethane, running in biomethane. We have an important step in electrification. So apart from selling our electric buses that are over 1,000 buses circulating around the world, electric buses with many chassis, we also develop our own solutions, our own, I mean, the chassis is produced by us, although we have Chinese, European chassis, other companies. This is a movement that company did trying to be a protagonist in its phase of contributing to the reduction of emissions. But coming back, Pedro, and talking a little bit about this same responsibility of ours as entrepreneurs in developing solutions, what are the solutions that were already implemented in terms of technology of urban planning that really can be upscaled? I'll answer to your question, but I want to discuss a little bit, Fabio, we are talking here, we were chatting here, and I will talk about Brazil a little more. The reality, I know, we're talking a lot about e-buses, but naturally there is another model that is important, which is underground, the urban subways that have the ability of transporting people, much more people than buses, and the city's infrastructures, the streets, the roads, the avenues, anyhow, there's a saturation in Brazil. There's a clear saturation of that, and growth will only show how saturated we are already. And here, a major challenge, BNDES, private sector, anyhow, a major challenge in Brazil is to structure projects that should be feasible for private capital, that here in Brazil is the part that is allocating funds for that risk is able to absorb that risk and consume that risk. And nowadays we have many difficulties. I think we moved forward a lot. Nowadays we have, I think, a regulatory environment that is much more, I'd say, even mature, especially the road, airport systems, the transportation on rails also. So there's a regulatory environment that is relatively mature, I'd say. That brings us the safety, especially in some jurisdictions, in others not so much. We face some problems in some places, but in general, that is a topic we are dealing with well. But there's still a calculation that doesn't close, that there's a need for those projects to have a social demand consideration. There is the relevance of the last line, but that's social demand, and society does not pay for capital, doesn't have the ability of paying for capital for the hurdle that BNDES and anyhow the fund for the available fundings. So it's very hard today to imagine the projects, for example, of that are not challenged in its dynamics with the risk of the granting power. The state of Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, the city. So I invite all of us, you think about this. There's INSPE here in the audience, you, Fabio. I urge you to think on models and like it happened in Hong Kong, where anyhow real estate is part, the real estate assets are part of the set of assets in a concession for rail infrastructure, and sometimes tires also. That reduces very much the risk for the concessionary. The counterparty, which is the state's risk, is reduced, but the tariffs never anywhere in the world tariff pays for those investments, maybe in Denmark or somewhere, but tariff doesn't pay for that investment. We have to find alternative solutions to make those projects feasible if we really want to speed up that process. The entrepreneurs that work with concessions and tires, they are super challenged, and so we can imagine alternatives. We have some imagination. We can't do the same thing. The old projects are very stressed. And having said that, what has Motiva been doing? What are our innovations? So what have we done in terms of innovation? Anyhow, basically, we have been testing and nowadays have adopted electric solutions. We have a huge fleet of cranes, light and heavy cranes. In Brazil, Heather, the road concessions have an obligation of providing all services, roadside assistance services, 24/7. And there's an SLA, a contract SLA that is super strict. We have to arrive in so many minutes. So we have ambulances, heavy cranes, light cranes, or tow trucks, I think he means. Yes, all that concession we assumed in Paraná. The fleet is 100% electric. And what are we doing? We've been working with partners, with bus companies and partners in São Paulo to make electrification infrastructure feasible. In the process, we want to speed up in São Paulo of electrification of the bus fleet. I think 15 or 16,000 buses is the fleet in São Paulo, and there was a commitment of electrifying, I think, up to some years ago, 2024, 2,600 buses up to 2024. But there's a commitment to electrify the whole fleet up to 2030, I think. Yes, 38. Yes, it's a super relevant commitment by the size of the capex Fabio was mentioning. But I think the largest challenge to make not only the investments Marco Polo will do feasible, but the investments these concessionaires will do, we need to create a grid of electrification that should be, first of all, sustainable, and then it sees in Brazil we have all that renewable energy in order not to literally decarbonize all that model, but for beyond that, be trustworthy, a place that is economically feasible, close to their operations, and that the energy is constant, that they can plan his logistics. That's a new business model for us. It's a business model that is beyond the borders of business we operate with, roads concession, rails concessions, railroads, and we are suggesting to think of and invest human financial capital to provide that solution. Super interesting when we talk about electrification and a solution like this one you use, the garage, subways where you have availability of energy and renewable energy seems pretty interesting in this process of ours of reducing emissions. Fabio, for you, what is in your view, the solutions that are implemented in terms of technology, urban planning, in your case, financial solutions that can potentialize and upscale our business? Well, I'll talk about the financial solutions so I don't run in risks with other solutions outside the scope of BNDES. But talking and complementing what Heather mentioned about the assessments, really the issue of preparation of projects and studies. We see that as one of the challenges. And up to this morning, I was even talking to Luciani Mercado, responsible for mobility and sanitation project structuring in BNDES. One of the challenges of the drafting preparation of these projects is that the mobility project, between doing the diagnostic, the preliminary diagnostic, and hire the technical detailed assessments, prepare the procurement call, choose the consortium and choose the winner and build and operate, begin operation. It's a process that takes, in the best case, from 7 to short process from 7, some cases 15, 10, 15 years. So it demands a planning ability and also state vision that purposes administrations. Even if you have re-election, it's a state project, a project that you have to have visibility. I think BNDES has that ability for being a state institution that has a permanent technical body, that has this technical capacity of mobilization, of having many knowledges. So that's an aspect that is extremely important. What's happening in sanitation in Brazil has a major component that is the regulatory framework milestone, which is another issue that is paramount for long-term investments. So you have a regulatory framework to give stability, safety, foreseeability of as to what's going to happen as the project unfolds. But obviously, we need the projects to be well prepared, well drafted, and I think a huge part of the success of what's going on in the sanitation process in Brazil has a historic depth with that side. This is due to the work done by BNDES and all with all the preparation. I mean, that's another story. We couldn't talk that even till the end of the afternoon. But my vision of what we've been doing in BNDES is that solutions we saw worked up should be upscaled. The whole discussion with the technology part, with the as well as the technological pathways, solutions that should be upscalable and use that for good funding. So the climate decision, the decision of increasing the climate fund, I think was extremely righteous, a political decision. We must understand some decisions are country decisions. So climate fund was a fund that had 300 million reais per year till 2023. And it was an administration's decision to increase the volume of resources from 300 million to 10 billion reais, 11 billion reais this year. So we had 10 billions and some change over 11 billion this year. Yesterday we announced partnership with the development banks from France, Germany, and Italy for them to grant €1 billion, a little over 6.5 billion reais, to feed the climate fund with $500 million from IDB. So using an intelligent, practical solution involving the private sector, because at the end of the day, BNDES is lending the resources, but they are resources that are reimbursable. I lend, and the clients of the bank, they will pay me back, pay us back, and it's a cycle. I'll reuse, recycle those resources to do new operations in the future. But I think that's it, how we can bring scalability, mobilize foreign capital. Brazil understands it can be a hub of solutions for decarbonization. For beyond the solutions which are for our internal market, there is a series of opportunities we see as potential to export decarbonization solutions to the world, in the sense that other economies can bring financial resources here and execute decarbonization of the economies through projects here, knowing we have a marginal discount costs that is one of the best in the world. So in terms of solutions I'd like to bring, if we scale what went right, and I wanted to do a last comment because we mentioned biofuels and talk about transportation and decarbonization in Brazil, not mention biofuels, I think is we're setting aside one of the major avenues and major examples of what Brazil did very well. Tomorrow, we even have in one of the COP pavilions an event of an anniversary of 50 years of Pro Alcohol. The program Brazil created was to address an issue of the oil crisis, and today is placed as places as made their leadership in production and consumption of biofuels. It's a pathway, I think, from the standing point, a local standing point, we have to explore this and develop. We have to be proud of our biofuel industry. I agree with Heather, and in the sense that doubtlessly the future in 2050 will be electric, mainly for light vehicles and short distances. But there are solutions that we must go by biofuels, and that is a little away from transportation in the cities, but long distance transportation, air transportation, navigation transportation, the solution we have available nowadays that technologically feasible are biofuels. So it's a major opportunity. I think we have an avenue of opportunities, and once again, under the logic that we can decarbonize other sectors of the global economy, not only from the Brazilian economy, and offer solutions that will create, connecting to my first speech, opportunities for development, job, work, and income in Brazil. At the same time, we decarbonize the Brazilian and global economies. Interesting, Fabio, beyond, we showed our hybrid ethanol bus, we've talked about it, but when you take super relevant programs that the public transportation sector has, as the Path to School, a program that annually, it's a beautiful program with a nice proposal where we provide opportunities for children of riverside populations to have access to education, access to school, and be transported by with using our vehicles. It's hard to speed up a process of electrification over there. There are microbuses that will circulate in rural zones. So how can I, once again, reduce the emission of pollutants in regions of hard access to recharge solutions? And there, yes, solutions such as the case of the hybrid ethanol is interesting because it allows for this process to be sped up, and we begin seeing interesting solutions. Pedro brought the solution of speeding up construction or availability of energy through the subway stations, and here we integrate that with other solutions, because I think the proposal is the same. Speed up that process, and what we're showing here is that the industry has not full condition. Industry has available solutions to speed up that process, but I wanted to give you the floor, Heather, asking you the same questions. How do you see already implemented solutions, be in terms of technology or urban planning, that may be scaled up but I'd like to take the opportunity and complement the question already talking about incentives and public policies that are lacking to make decarbonization in large scale feasible. So how do we upscale being technology, products, models, but also now including the question of incentives and public policies?
In my response. You know, first the issue of ethanol. You know, I think it's very special in Brazil that ethanol is such a big part of the discussion. And I think I'm really happy to hear that each of you have said in one way or another that ethanol may have a place, but for the time being, at least in urban transport, when we're talking about public transport and private passenger vehicles, you know, it really is the electric batteries that are the future, and that we need to get there, and that we really use ethanol to address the areas where we don't have technologies yet. And, you know, in the broader world of transportation, it's the longer haul freight, it's marine and aviation where we're still searching for the cost-effective solutions. But in the shorter haul transportation, you know, I think we really can see that from a greenhouse gas perspective, from a cost-effective perspective, that battery technologies are the way to go, and that with more scale, just like we've renewables, we can bring down the cost and make them even more obviously the right solution. So just wanted to address that, number one. Number two, you know, we're talking a lot about buses. Again, the reason for that is because they are such a quick win solution. They're super cost effective when it comes to thinking about the broader agenda of adaptation and resilience. They're also a much more resilient solution. If you have fires, if you have floods, you can move your buses where obviously it's harder to move subways. But at the same time, of course, public transportation in general is a winning solution, and subways have a huge potential to move so many people in our cities. But you know, for all of those solutions, I started by saying that, you know, really the solution is not only electrification, but it's also investment in our cities to make sure that they're compact, and that public transportation is the backbone of transportation, but also walking and cycling. And that all really comes together, whether we're talking about subways or buses or just plain old walking, that we need to design our cities with transportation in mind, and that we really densify around our transportation corridors. And, you know, in the world of urban planning, we call this transit-oriented development. And that brings the cost down regardless of any of these solutions, because it allows us to concentrate our capital, but it also makes for more livable cities. When all of the things that we need are closer to us, it just makes it easier for all of us. So it creates more attractive cities, more livable cities as well. And that brings to the point that I think a third point that has been brought up around charging infrastructure. And we've talked a lot about in terms of vehicle electrification, bus electrification. You know, one of the primary challenges is finance. But the second huge challenge is the charging infrastructure. How are we going to get the charging to the places that we need it? And again, if we concentrate around transportation corridors, that makes it a lot easier, whether it's the subway lines or just concentration in general. So that transit-oriented development can really help. And I think charging introduces challenges, but it also introduces opportunities. So in terms of the challenges, a lot of them are just physical, logistical. You know, do we have the land for the bus depots where we need it, where the charging infrastructure can actually be placed? do we have land available? And then also the cost of land can be very high. I spent a lot of time in New York City, but I also spent a lot of time in my hometown of San Francisco, California. And in California, we have one of the most advanced economies that has very much made the green economy part of its growth for many, many years. And we have a mandate that cities need to electrify their bus fleets. And I was talking to essentially the head of transportation in the city of San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, and she was saying, clearly on board from a climate perspective that electrification of buses is the way to go. However, they're having a real difficult time actually finding land for the depots, for the charging infrastructure. And that land has become the most expensive part of this equation. And it's sort of a tragedy, because what we really need in the city of San Francisco is more buses, but now they're having to, make the choice between more buses or electric buses because of the land for the depots. So, it's such a practical, simple, thing, but it can make or break the difference of the economic feasibility of that. So, that's a major challenge. But at the same time, the involvement in the energy sector, I think, is also an opportunity. And we see models elsewhere in the world where the revenue coming in from the payment for the electricity, for the charging, is part of the system of financing. So we see that electricity companies are the ones that are helping finance the purchase of the e-buses, which then eventually gets paid back over time through the revenue that goes to the electricity company from selling their electricity services. In a similar way, we're also seeing the involvement of telecom companies. So the example that I mentioned in terms of energy sector includes other cities like Santiago and other cities around the world. In the case of the involvement of telecoms, we've seen a really interesting example from Ethiopia, the city of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Ethiopia has mandated only zero-emission imports since 2024. And one of their big challenges has been financing that. But there's been huge investments from a lot of Asian countries into the telecoms in Ethiopia, which then is financing charging infrastructure and the buses. So I think there are, again, new business models, new more kind of systems that involve different entities that ultimately have an upside in these future businesses that can be part of this public-private sector partnerships for financing. All of that, of course, is on the backbone of getting the concessions right, which I know we've brought up a couple of times. And ITDP, we've been helping cities like the city of Rio really think about their concessions so that they're structured in a way that provides flexibility for the market so that they can react, and that we're not having to redo these concessions over and over again, because of course time is money, and when it comes to climate change, we're talking about an urgent agenda.
Thank you, Heather. Eu tenho mais uma pergunta, e Pedro, eu vou abrir contigo.
I have another question, and Pedro, I'll give the floor to you. Pedro, we have another 12 minutes. Feel free to talk about incentives and public policies for providing scale to our business, and additionally, talking about governance, how can we work the multi-sectors in an integrated manner to assure the execution of everything we're talking about here. The feeling I have is that talking to each entity in a separated way, the solution exists. If I ask BNDES, the funding solution exists. If I ask Marco Polo, it does. If I ask Altiva, the solution exists. So how do we join all this and make effectively the result happen? So that's the major purpose of this COP. They say it's a COP of implementation. So how do we take this set of proposals and really mobilize a whole team for it to happen? Because this will depend on many sectors of society. Yes, I'd like to. Fabio mentioned about bringing an interesting piece of data. Something that surprised me when I came into Motiva, the cost for 1 kilometer to build 1 kilometer of subway in Sao Paulo. Do you have an idea of that cost? To build 1 kilometer of a subway line in Sao Paulo, rails, subway rails, line 4, we just signed the contract to extend line 4 till Capão. So essentially 4 kilometers. Each kilometer of these costs 1.2 billion reais. 1.2 billion reais. And we'll deliver that in 5 years. It'll take 5 years to deliver 4 kilometers of rails. And that is benchmarking in Brazil, right? It's not because we're slow. It's because effectively it's the time it takes. And that is after having done, anyhow, since I came into Motiva 7 years, we've been discussing this extension to Jardim Angelo. So we've been discussing that for 7 years, and we'll take another 5 to deliver that asset to the population in that area. If you don't know, it's a super densely populated area, an area that needs that subway. So I think one of the things we need to do, right, there is this urgency sense, this sense of running the risk, making the decision and not thinking, well, I think sometimes there's a lack of action of the private and public sector, of all of us, of playing with the existing rules and imagining the status quo is what's there. No, I think I'd like to challenge that. Recently, I was in Shenzhen, well, they built a new subway line. They are about 32 kilometers, 20 stations. In how many years did they build that? 20 stations. Remember, we're building 2 stations in 5 years, 60 months. In 5 years, they built 20 stations, subway stations, a line that has 32 kilometers going around the city. And I went to visit the construction site, and anyhow, you don't have people working 24/7 under human conditions. It's a clean site, a clean construction, relatively green construction, where I did visits outside the time. You can do it. You can do it. Between 5 years, 20 stations. In 5 years, 2 stations. There is a huge delta I'd like to tackle and deliver at least 10 stations in 5 years, not only 2. So I think there is a huge space for institutions like Marco Polo, the NDS, events, the think tanks, anyhow, the academia, for us to think, which are the bottlenecks? I know the bottlenecks in my projects. When I do projects, an executive project, because I'm assessing the projects that come in the market, that you help Rio de Janeiro think, you structure something Sao Paulo, and when you release the procurement call, and I've been studying it for many years, I know the bottlenecks. This appropriation, environmental licenses, a series of things, safety, but we should together think on that. The way we do infrastructure today is a slow way. I deliver infrastructure in a slow, very slow manner, very inefficient, and that time creates additional emissions. If I would do that in less time, I'd have a smaller impact in my emissions. So when in my function nowadays, and when I think which way I'll provoke the empower the financial institutions that are the advisories that are providing consultancy, and Motiva itself to do it quicker, to deliver that quicker. That's what we want. Thank you, Pedro. Fabio, how can we join all that, all the good ideas and not only good ideas, good programs, good projects that are already existing, and make it happen? Well, I think beyond what we mentioned, preparation of projects, available resource funds, I think we have first economics class, our infinite needs for limited resources. So one of the major challenges in tackling climate change but also in public transportation, is that we have a large difficulty in pricing the externalities that both activities generate, in the negative one in negative case and the other one a positive case. So for the issue of some decisions, internal decisions here of resource allocation, economic resource allocation, Brazil finally was able to approve the regulated carbon market. I think this will bring a little more rationality. I don't think it'll solve it 100%, but it'll bring more rationality for carbon pricing that we don't have today, or we have in a measure that doesn't represent the impact it brings to us. So I think that's a solution that takes time. There'll be an impact over the economic decisions, a deep impact, and so something we'll have to implement with parsimony, with assessments. It's not just coming with a simple solution. There must be a debate with society. I think some of the challenges we have are because we live in a democratic society. I see that as a major benefit, but democracy has a timing that sometimes is not what we would like to get to consensus. And I think for public transportation, I'd have at least a pathway, not to take too long. We have major difficulty in pricing the negative externality of individual transportation, the automotive individual transportation. That's a political difficulty because it's very hard to demand from people or charge from people for that externality, for that evil, so to say, that harm individual transportation causes. And not even establishing taxation to people who circle in a given areas. In São Paulo, we have a known debate, maybe Heather has seen it, which is the exclusive transit lane for buses, and that created a huge debate. And my position is that we should have a bus lane, exclusive bus lane in the whole city and all cities in Brazil. But that's something that generates controversy, and that's a discussion that makes the advancement of this agenda harder if we have social mobilization to face and develop those solutions. We have a major space to move forward because that's it. Technology is there. We have capital funds, but the externality generates capital allocation, which is not the most proper one. Interesting what you're saying, Fabio, because what we see, public transportation lose space in Brazil. Individual automobile grew in a very large way. We know a bus with 70 people produces per person around less than 1/8 of what a car produces in terms of carbon dioxide. And we know, as you mentioned, that a way of attracting people to the system is making it more efficient. So a bus, exclusive lanes, increase of the average speed of traffic, doubtlessly bring attractiveness to the system. Of course, there are many others that you mentioned here in the discussion, but doubtlessly one of the ones that will bring benefits for the city, like Heather mentioned before, that you improve the vehicle flow, you reduce contamination, you increase the average transit speed, increase life quality, and it moves, makes the economy go, and you attract people to the system effectively. So it's pretty interesting. Good comments. But Heather, I'd like to give you the floor for the final comments on what can we all do, because there's so many good solutions available, but how can we join all of them and, as said before, make it happen?
Just to this last point, one of the key questions that we always get at ITDP is about behavior change. How can we convince people that getting on public transport is the right thing to do? And it's not about convincing them, it's just making sure that it is the right choice. It's the better choice by making more public transportation that's convenient, that's clean, that's safe, that's frequent, that's comfortable, and making driving a private vehicle less attractive by making it parking more expensive, by driving more expensive, you know, all of the conveniences that people expect with driving to make it less convenient. And of course, people will complain, but ultimately, if you provide them the good solutions, the good alternatives, that's what's important. And so I think together we can do that. We need to think about new business models, new financing, new governance that create zoning that leads to transit-oriented development, that leads to concessions, that allows the market to take the appropriate risks, and you know, uses the government to create the right lane for the private sector to do their job. And you know, we have these solutions today, and let's put them to work to address climate change.
Perfeito, muito obrigado.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We have 20 seconds for closure, but I'd like to leave you the message that with the solutions, public policies, others, Brazil can and be a protagonist in that process of emissions reduction. I think we are a reference not only in biofuel solutions, but we have many available solutions that place us ahead without counting on all our energy matrix. And if we want to invest in and solutions like we mentioned, final solutions like electrification, all the availability of rare lands, the rare earths we have in Brazil, we must make Brazil what other regions became, with a lot of will, a lot of investment. So not to be unpolite, I want to leave some space for a final statement from each one of you. Thank you for your presence. I learned a lot with you, but I leave to you a final statement from each one. Thank you very much.
Final statement, but I would just say, let's put Brazil on the map as best practice. It already is, and I think let's do more of it. The cooperation that we have from the city to the national level really is incredible. I think there's so much to model here for the rest of the world, and at ITDP, we're really excited to take this best practice, share it with the world, and see how quickly we can solve climate change together.
Exactly what Heather just said. And then count on Motiva to help get it. Okay?
Só para repetir as frases do
I think
André
just
Corrêa,
to repeat André Corrêa's do Lago statement, I say let's make this COP, the implementation COP, and have this feeling of all, like in Brazil, let's have a world task force to do that. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, everyone.
vision of Natura Marco Polo Valley that reunited to reinforce the active engagement of but our objectives is giving visibility with CASE and scalable solutions, promote dialogue in multiple sectors, and reaffirm the potential of Brazil and our companies in aligning the sustainable development and social justice. The case will be happening until 17th of November and has things connected to COP. We had food systems, bioeconomy, today is infrastructure, and we're going to have financing, energy transition, and a circular economy. I'd like to leave our thanks to the 100 speakers that are here with us today this week, and the members of the coalition that are making this happen. Our knowledge partners, Dr. Centro Sebet, and the TM1 producer. We hope that you enjoyed CASE. Before our next panel, I'd like to inform that in the sequence of the panel, we are going to have outside on CASE a speech from the climate champion of COP30, and I hope that you can stay and listen to them. And we're going to start the panel of innovative solutions of climate resilience, and it's going to talk about the innovation. It's going to be accelerating the sanitation and the capital and natural with the sanitation and hydro as a critical transformation globally. For this conversation, I invite to the stage the ex-CEO of C.A.S.E and Latin America Conservation of Water, Bena Braca, the Director of Sustainability and Relation with Investors, Adriana Valesi, the Chief Economist of the Asian Bank on Investment into Infrastructure, Eric Berkhoff, and to moderate the panel, the Bid Invest, Luis Grabietti. Welcome, and have a good discussion. Well, good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the invitation to treat a theme that is so close to my heart, and it should be close to everybody's heart, because water and sanitation is very relevant for climate, but more than anything for the social development, the equity, and social inclusion. And we have the privilege to have 3 panelists with the panelists, but so important and relevant. So it's a privilege to be here. I'd like to congratulate the companies that are in this association CASE, and because they're focusing specifically in solutions that are already ongoing. And in the moment we are here in Belém, a lot of people are criticizing, talking about the organization. We need to speak about the things that are actually working, the challenges that we could surpass. Of course, there's still many, but what these companies are doing is a transformation of solutions and cases of success, and through that, replicating those solutions. So to start with our panel this afternoon, we have the privilege to, I'm not going to reintroduce them, but starting specifically through someone that has lived this experience very closely, Professor Braga, dear friend. He was Secretary of São Paulo and then President of CASP, and has faced one of the biggest crises in hydro on the history of Brazil, maybe. Not only the impact that is social, but more than that, the economical impact. We are in the center of the Brazilian economy in São Paulo. Braga, talking about sanitation and your vast experience, what do you see as one of the biggest challenges, but also opportunities, so we can manage to reach the goals of universalization, and also what is associated with the management of resources, hydro resources, and how this influence positively and negatively the objective to take sanitation for all the Brazilian population.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. I am very satisfied to be able to be here on COP. Maybe overdressed. I'd like to be a little bit more like our coordinator of this panel, a big engineer, a big manager, Gabriel, that I've known for so long. And I'd like to thank you for the invitation of CASE in that case. And as Gabriel has mentioned, an initiative to show everything that is going right and to show that the private sector also is concerned about these climate issues and organizing the panel about sanitation. And when we talk about sanitation, we have to think in potable water, we have to think in collect and treatment of sewage, we have to think the treatments of the solid residue and urban drainage. All of this is sanitation. So I am going to focus a little bit let's say, my exposition here about the climate issue and sanitation in the scope of the hydro security to offer potable water, drinkable water. Today we are again on the state of São Paulo in a climate situation that is very complex. And I am very happy to hear the president of COP, and finally, COP is talking about adaptation. When I was president of the council, the World Council of Water, I was there in Marrocos trying like 6, 8, 9 years ago, trying to explain that, okay, look, you are 30 years, it wasn't 30 at that time, but talking about the energy issue when the big problem of the variability and the climate is the water, because that's where the impacts are going to be felt, being the drought that are more extensive or floods that are more intense and frequent. Well, when this happened, the situation in Cape Town, this is a global phenomenon. It's not only Brazil, Colombia, Bogota, I've been there recently. They almost had, as we've had in São Paulo. And I'd like to show 1 or 2 slides that is not normal this in a panel. People only speak about it, but me as a professor, we like to show the figures and numbers and can you put it in there on the screen? So this is São Paulo, for those who don't know it. And see how it was Avenida Paulista in 1920 and how it is today. It's very different. And look, what is this? It's a graph showing the affluence when it comes to monthly on the system in Santa Catarina. And in 1953, 54, we had this intermediate, and 2014, you can see the flow rate of the tributaries. We had it from the 24%, a very good chance of happening. And it happened. And then you can see as the reservoir of Jacareí on Catarina, when it had 46% of storage, see how it was in February of 2015, 5% of storage. And I was crazy enough to accept the invitation of the government to direct the Secretariat of Sanitation and Hydro Resources, you can see how we face this crisis. We've seen a series of infrastructures, and we've also done mechanisms, economical mechanisms, to incentivize the usage that is efficient of water. See, we had a production of water of 70 meters cubics by second, and we've come to 40, almost 50 per second, with a reduction of pressure through the night, which is very polemic. But without this reduction at night, we have a lot of losses, and this consumption, you can just empty those reservoirs. This is what has been happening there in São Paulo. And you can see the economic incentives, they were very important for us to be able to surpass this crisis. So here, I think it's interesting to look at. We have the discharge average of the tributary since 1930s. You can see the end of the curve here. The average of long term is 42.5%. On 2012, 25.5. So, this is just that. So, if you can analyze a little bit further, since 1995, it's a situation that calls our attention. So, what is my message here? Things are already happening. We have to adapt. So, salute the government of Brazil for this, to be focusing on the issue of adaptation and the financing of the infrastructure, so this could be done. Just so you have an idea, this is a graph that shows the volume that is being stocked in Santa Catarina on the hydro crisis. This part, that one over there with the square that is yellow, shows the crisis. So we've entered the dead volume. You see that the reservoir was dry, and we had to search for water inside of the reservoir that wasn't getting to where it needed to go. So in 2016, things gotten better. So what happened in 2020, 19, we didn't work out here in October. We were very close, but if we hadn't done the infrastructure in 2020, it would have happened a crisis in São Paulo bigger than 2014, and nobody even knew about it. The press didn't release it. It was just forgotten. With the infrastructures that we have implemented, what happened? The hyper volume reservoir has gone on the month of October of 22 with 32% of storage. So what is the message? The message is we have to become more resilient to the effects of climate on the sector of sanitation for the hydrosecurity. A lot of people were desperate with problems, with mental problems even on 2014, and we have the infrastructure that is redundant. What is this? As the electrical sector, the Brazilian one, is 90% more hybrid, but it has the thermal that are dispatched when it has the problems. So we have to work with the infrastructure. And even more so, the regulator agencies need to recognize this as a prudent investment. So it's on our tariff as well. I think this introduction was very important. Thank you very much for this discussion. And I think this message that Frax has emphasized about that is a very strong message for COP30 to bringing this. We invest, we finance projects in all Latin America. And this is what we hear from our customers. This is what we see from our projects. And I'm going to pass on the discussion of adaptation to a component and a financial aspect. Adriana, who is from GEA, one of the biggest companies, private companies of water and sanitation here in Brazil. And for those who are not following up, that has won one of the concessions that GEA has gained is the coast zone in Rio Grande do Sul. And I think when it happened, the big flood on Rio Grande do Sul, so another proof of the necessity of adaptation. Adriana, are you doing this work, investing such big investments on one of the biggest cycles maybe of water and sanitation that we've been seeing in Brazil, of opportunities? We have the honor and the pleasure of having GEA as our client and a lot of the concessions, Rio de Janeiro, Manaus, Rio Grande do Sul also. And the work that I've been doing also about social components on the Parafitas of Belém is a work that makes everybody proud. But Adriana, how can we, with the methodology that are not the constructions only, but on the milestone of sanitation, how have you seen as one of the biggest obstacles to reach those goals with the captation of investments that you can do? And what has been working, not only the obstacles, what needs to improve, but also what has been working? Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Benedito. Thank you, C.A.S.E, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be talking about sanitation here with you. In fact, this point of being COP on Pará, in Belém, a city that is so lacking in sanitation, says a lot about the challenges that we still have on the sector. Water is life. And he's been telling about the reduction of pressure in São Paulo, and I've been coming home and I don't have any water at home. So it's not easy. It's very hard for you to come home after work. And we that are clean all over Brazil, GEA itself, we have so many cases of people that bring those statements from us that they want to take a shower after work and there's no water. So the mom cannot wash her dishes. And even worse than that is the reality of Pará and a lot of places in Brazil. 32 million people in Brazil don't have access to potable water. So I went yesterday with Itaúsa's people, Rodolfo, who's here with us, and the statements when the potable water gets to people's homes is transformative. It's very transformative for a family that needed to buy gallons of mineral water, living in a community that is so vulnerable, hyper vulnerable, that has a lot of budgeting restrictions. When the mom says, oh, now I have water, I can drink water, and I can cook with water, this really is transformative. And today it acts 15 states, 800 plus cities. And remember that we are in all the biomes and facing all kinds of challenges. And you've brought very well the challenge of Corsan. Corsan was privatized. The new milestone was very important to unlock this investment and sanitation agenda. We cannot forget that 2020 was a turning point for the sanitation sector. And we're living this cycle of investments, very relevant. Thanks to that was what brought the privatization of Corsan in the markets. Before, you couldn't privatize the state companies, and then we acquired Corsan. And a few months after, we had one of the biggest floods of the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And it was an operation of war. We had to mobilize the teams from all over Brazil to go there. JEA, for being this network of investment companies, all of our best operators went there to try and recuperate the systems. And our 100,000 clients that had this stocking being interrupted and having those treatment waters at stations that were mobile, helicopters were there, and we could happily not only go through the crisis, but also help the state itself to retake their operations, especially of those stations that weren't attended by us before. And those climate issues, they are reality and a challenge when we're doing the planning of an investment. Obviously, those scenarios of extreme drought and floods, they're not predicted ever. So it tests the company, but we have a capacity of response very quick, and that's what we've been prioritizing on IGEA. The same thing when we looked at the drought in Manaus for 2 years, Manaus, which is an abundant water-wise city. When you look at Manaus, it has suffered with droughts that were never predicted. So adapting the structure to that reality is always a way of response, especially to guarantee the service for our clients. This is our focus. At the end of the day, we don't want the clients to get home and see the effects of the drought and the effects of the floods. It's the well-being of our clients that is important to us. And I think in this agenda of sanitation that we've been seeing as a big challenge, and from actors like you from BG to engage the capital. So the capital has engaged itself on the adaptation agenda, fortunately the resilience, implementation. So the capital has been engaged and has been bringing important financiers. And when we look at the future, we have this investment agenda that is very rich. Bringing this capital is fundamental to give continuity for the company's work. And talking about the environmental recuperation, restoration, and all the changes that we've been implementing. And when you look at an active as Rio de Janeiro, which is a concession and has been operating and started in 2021, the changes are visible actions, the recuperation of Bahia de Guanabara, unpolluting the lagoon of Rodrigo de Freitas. So sanitation is fundamental on this resilience agenda and adaptation agenda. So I think it's a little bit of that I wanted to share with you in this beginning of this panel. Thank you. I even have a question in relation to the capital. I'm going to give it to Eric first so we can hear a little about his experience in Asia.
Events that we've just described here, the droughts in São Paulo in 2014, 2015, the recent floods in Rio Grande do Sul, but I'm sure that in Asia, being a bank that focuses on infrastructure, you've seen that a lot. So what's your take in terms of, what is the AIIB doing in terms of fostering adaptation in the water supply sanitation sector, not only adaptation, but the expansion of service, especially to the most vulnerable and communities in your part of the world? And do you see a value in exchanging lessons between Asia and Latin America in that regard?
Absolutely. So, of course, we are also active here in Brazil. I'll say something about it maybe in a moment. But I think there's a lot of opportunity. 99 of the 100 most vulnerable cities to seawater rise, or broadly to climate change, are in Asia. So it's it's the most exposed region to all the aspects of climate change. So definitely there are many lessons, in both ways, by the way. So we had to deal with the flooding of Pakistan, where the when we looked at this, and of course we felt compelled to support Pakistan when this happened, what we found out, you have this crisis response, you try to help, but then you try to think, well, why did this happen in the first place? And it turns out that most of this flooding was the result of human interventions in the natural capacity of the Indus River to absorb this water. And so now, after the immediate crisis response, we started thinking about how can we help prevent this from happening again? What can be done to restore some of Indus's capacity? There's a project now called Living Indus, which is really thinking about the whole river basin and how can you, develop all the aspects that have been lost over time. We felt the same pressure or urge to support when this flooding happened in Rio Grande do Sul, and some of that was about restoring the ports that were affected and so on. But what we really wanted to do long term is to think about how could we work with the communities upstream of Rio Grande do Sul and try to do what we call nature-as infrastructure investment. So we are working, thanks to some technical assistance support from CA.S.E, we are now working with these local communities, trying to see how can we use this notion of nature's infrastructure, the most important infrastructure supporting life on Earth, and making this concrete in the context of these communities upstream. I've dropped this concept of nature's infrastructure. I had a chance to talk about it this morning as well, and from an infrastructure bank, it's very natural to think about nature as infrastructure, that it's something that we have to invest in, that's something we have to manage, something that we have to make more resilient. And with infrastructure, thinking about infrastructure, you also get a lot of the experience of infrastructure finance, the tools like the public-private partnerships, the various instruments you're using for financing infrastructure also goes over to nature. And when we were thinking about nature as infrastructure, it was very much these river basins that we thought about. They have delivered over millennia a lot of infrastructure services, whether we talk about transport, energy, water. So that's why we thought about it from the beginning. But the more we have looked at these river systems, and particularly, of course, the Amazon, you realize that these are actually not just local transportation or local energy services or local water services. The Amazon provides a global public service or global public good of water. So we are now working on a flagship report on water, and we have, today it's remarkable. You know where a drop of water comes from and where it ends up. And we can show that Brazil has, if you look at this flying river, this moisture that goes up high in the atmosphere, 43% of that comes from Brazil. And, if we started pricing, other persons on this panel know much more about this, but if we start pricing water according to some reasonable tariff, Brazil would have a major claim on much of the world. So this water goes to mostly to Africa, but also to India, and a little bit goes to China. It goes to Europe. It goes to the Antarctic. So we need to think beyond just the local, because these water systems or in the air brings moisture everywhere, basically. So maybe I'll come back later on, but when we started thinking about this, what does it mean for an infrastructure bank, we needed to start connecting the blue water and the green water. Today we don't do that in-house. I think for anyone working on water, it's obvious that you want to do that, but it's yes, institutionally been quite difficult. Also connecting what we do in the ocean and coastal infrastructure to what we do inland, up at water watershed management and so on, and even connecting urban water and watershed management doesn't really happen. And so when we launched the work on this report, it was really about trying to look at, how can we connect all these different aspects of water? Where are the gaps? What are the infrastructure solutions that we can think of to try to close these gaps? So hopefully, when I come back to Brazil in a few months, we will have the possibility to talk to you, with some more authority about what we learned from this experience. So again, Brazil is crucial to the water supply of the whole world, and we need to think about how can we make sure that this is sustained and that also Brazil is properly compensated for the contribution that it makes to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Adriana, eu queria voltar
Adriana,
a você.
I wanted to come back to you because you used the term that for the ones who work in the field for many years, that capital finally found sanitation. Historically, from the infrastructure sectors, right when I was at the World Bank, I worked with these figures very much 25, 30 years ago. So from the infrastructure areas with which we work, sanitation was the field that less resources received. So it happened in Brazil in terms of volume of investment. We had an evolution because private investment not only increased in the investment curve, but also leveraged new public investment from the systems that remained public. What we see today in the market, you who are a person from the market, is that enough? Do we have all the market instruments nowadays in a country like Brazil to really attract the capital we need to do that investment? What else have we got to do? Perfect question. What we have to remember in sanitation history, BNDES had a paramount role in the modeling of those projects, bringing pretty much legal safety to these contracts. Remember the discussion between before the new sanitation framework was the legal safety of the contracts. We are in a regulated sector, a sector that although the inflation is fixed, guided by inflation, it's hard to imagine a contract signed years ago will keep the same conditions of pressure and temperature, say to say. We are talking about climate change, so how do we address that within a contract regulation matrix? So BNDES had a preponderant paramount role in the modeling of these projects. I think the major example was the contract of Rio de Janeiro that came with some innovation already, inclusively increase in social tariff, and that was rebalanced automatically via tariff. So the contracts went by a very important modernization led by the project factory from BNDES that has been doing this work, inclusively taking lessons learned in contracts like the one from Rio de Janeiro and applying them here at Pará, which is a newer contract and has a series of sophistications that were learned with this experience. This effectively unleashed the investment agenda, or unlocked this agenda. We saw the private sector increasing its participation. When we look at in terms of population served, private sector serves about 45% of the population of Brazil. So the increase of the growth of the private sector was anchored to this modernization, this new milestone bringing legal safety and the ability of these companies of attracting capital. In AGE, we began opening fronts since 2017. So much before we had our first loan with ITB in 2015, I think in local currency, in reais, to Brazil. So what did we do in that trajectory of engaging the financing ecosystem towards sanitation? We tried to attack capitals from different pockets, right, Gabriel? That's important in that process because at the end of the day, given the volume of investment, to diversify is paramount. So in this trajectory in AGEA, in allocation of capital. We brought capital from our stockholders. Itaúsa ended up coming into AG in 2021. They are with us for almost 5 years, JC in 2013. But we brought the external investor, through the issuance of bonds. So in 2022, we did the first SOB for the sanitation, the sustainability linked loan, with 100% goals connected 100% to our business, to our strategy, race and gender diversity goals. It's important to reflect the population we service. We're 30 million clients in Brazil, most of them Black people, most of them who pay the water bills are women. So within AG, we have a race and gender diversity program that is very well structured, that provided us safety to commit to the financial market. And then we did a series of green emissions, blue bonds. We did recently a $750 million blue bond. It was a successful operation. We've tried to bring the multilateral agencies to this trajectory. So IDB has been an important partner, but not only them. I think the major project we did in partnership with IDB, which is a case to be studied literally. We're in case here, but it was really a very audacious, bold project. It was a project finance of 25 billion reais with the leadership of BNDES, IDB, and attracting other players, capital markets, Propag is something very innovative for the sanitation sector. Second largest project finance done by BNDES, our National Development Bank. So trying to bring new layers of capital. Today in Brazil, we have some special lines for sanitation, sanitation for all. There are lines with a more patient capital, a long-term capital, then that's paramount, Gabriel. We're talking about a cycle of investment of long-term contracts are for 35, 40 years terms. So to pay for that capital is not something immediate. We need this patient capital, this long-term capital. If all that we've done is enough, the answer is no. We want to keep on looking for other layers of funding. Effectively, what we have in Brazil, we even say in the AG that we are masters in Brasility or Brasilitiness. When we look at the contracts we operate, we have all kinds of realities. Since the high income of Rio Grande do Sul state, which is the third state in terms of revenue, per capita revenue, but we have places where you know very well, like Manaus, where more or less 25% of the population lives in regions of palafitas, which are homes built on over water, and they live in areas considered slums. Anyhow, so this imposes an additional challenge, which is of creating tariff medication, tariff remedies. And today we have over 1 million people benefited with social tariffs, which is a paramount mechanism in access to services. If we want to talk about universal access, we need to talk about tariffs, and just tariffs for the ones who can't pay. This is a smaller tariff. For the ones who can't pay, larger tariffs. We created a new category of tariffs, still knowing a little more, and after some years operating in Manaus, we created Tariff 10, which are 10 reais, about $2 for water and sewer treatment. And we need to apply that tariff more and more. Truth is that when we look towards the reality of the country we work in, many families need this kind of benefit. To take sanitation to these areas, I was even talking to Benedito before we came into the panel, is not trivial because the investment is much larger, is much more challenging. This environment is much more challenging. Imagine coming into a community in Rio de Janeiro, a slum, or even in the palafitas, these homes over water. It's not simply to get there and do the network and hope the client connects. We have to invert completely the way to work. There's a process of having dialogues with this population who is sometimes doesn't believe anymore. Sometimes we get a Mangueira community like in Rio de Janeiro or other slams, and people say, but they came here telling me they were going to solve it, but they didn't. Who assures me this company is going to solve it? So there must be a process of a deep dialogue with this population. The company AG has a dialogue program, which is the affluentes, the tributaries in English, to explain what we're going to do, explain what the tariff is going to be, what is going to be agreed, and stick to the agreement. So we believe we still need to open new ways of funding this kind of work in regions where sanitation still didn't get, regions where mothers live with lack of water, regions where deaths by diarrhea still happen. Yesterday I was at an event and we were talking about let's glamorize sewer because it's important living. It's not easy to live without sewer treatment. So when we go to a community like here in Belém, you still see uh, the sewer beneath the residence, beneath the houses. You see children playing in the sewer. So to make that kind of investment feasible in scale, we must be more ambitious. We're in the capital we engage with. We need even more patient capital and more attractive capital in terms of cost, maybe even concessional. So we've worked with some initiatives of blended finance to effectively try to make investment feasible in areas that are not obvious and that really need sanitation. Thank you, Adriana. When she says she looks for capital in many pockets, and it's a correct strategy that brings the multilateral agencies, not only IDB, but others also. She only forgot to say that IDB is more sympathetic. The Inter-American Development Bank, which is our main from all multilaterals, is our major supporter. It's a huge joy for us. Something, as we're here in CASE talking about things that worked, I would like to remind the ones that followed, that saw in the market, not only the Brazilian market, but the global market, the emission of $750 million blue bonds that GEA did this year was not only a success, but I think it was the largest blue bond issued globally. Yes, was the largest emission of global blue bonds. The demand was of 2.5 billion. It was a huge success. We could attract funds, ISG, global funds, funds that are based in Europe, some in Asia. So we brought new names to our investment base, our investment portfolio. They are names that know the power of transformation of sanitation. It was the first blue bond from AEG with a 10 years term. So we opened a larger term. Till then, we had bonds of 5 years. So it was really a success. And I made that observation and question to Joanna because that takes me to the next question to Braga. Part of this major success of this emission and other emissions that not only AEG but other Brazilian companies of the sector have been doing, attracting capital that never operated in Brazil or in Latin America, goes by the competence of the company, but also by perception of foreseeability of the market regarding the fulfillment of contract terms. And that takes me to Braga, someone who was director of the National Water Agency, secretary of the state of São Paulo, president of CASESP, that has global experience, has had to negotiate certainly with many municipalities, negotiate contracts. I remember the soap opera, so to say, of the negotiation of the Cantareira system. So how hard that negotiation is. In your experience as the president of the Latin American Council, are we reaching a level where this regulatory framework, this not only of the water resources, but also sanitation, increases the degree of comfort, for example, of international investors to come to our region. So with all your experience, what do we have to improve so this soft regulatory part is more, attracts even more? I would say it in English, to be more attractive for external capital. Look, I think you touched upon a key point here of the involvement of the private sector. If we didn't have this regulatory framework very clear, and so let's say the regulation could have a very clear definition of your independency, your administrative and political independence, because what is the major problem we had in the past? The public company as well as the private company needed a just tariff that could provide proper interests so the company could operate, maintain, and invest. Because on the contrary of other countries that already had all the infrastructure, like England, we do have an additional difficulty because we don't have the whole infrastructure. So the tariff has to pay for this investment that needs to be done. So I think that regulation is much better today with much more involvement of the private sector, and the issue of political interference in the definition of the tariff is hugely reduced, because in the case of a company, even of a mixed economy, so part government, part private, if the major stockholder is the municipality or the state or one municipality, it's very hard for that situation not to happen. So 4 years went by, we need to review our tariffs, and then the political entity says, wait a minute, what do you mean? You want to increase the price, the cost of water for my electors, for my voters? Never. So what goes on with more involvement of the private sector? That interference is much smaller. So things are getting better because the manager of the managers, it's a collegiate of a regulatory agency, they are very keen in doing the absolutely right thing of seeing to the interest of the consumer, of the concessionary, and of the conceding entity. So doing this balance. So I see that with many good eyes. I think the initiative of the National Water Agency having this role of providing general guidelines, of grants, of concessions, it's important because many states and many municipalities, let me just remind you that water and sanitation services are of local interest. So it's the municipality that has the competence or the state that has the competence, and the regulating agencies, the regulatory agencies are state, municipal, or regional, and often they don't have the technical ability yet. Let's say like the National Water Agency as an entity giving general guidelines makes it easier and still provides legal safety. Thank you. The Braga is
as chief economist of a major MDB, No, we've been talking here about blue bonds, sustainability-linked loans. We talked about blended finance a little bit when Adriana spoke. What do you see from your landscape perspective in terms of financial innovation that can support us through this ramp-up phase of not only promoting investment in water supply and sanitation, but adapting both greenfield and brownfield projects? You also talked about water as a public good. No, do you think that we have expanded our tool set of financial instruments far enough to tackle what lays ahead, or what else do we need to do?
So I think, first of all, I think all the examples here that were given, I think, are very, very good examples of what you can do. We have also been part of anchoring some of these blue bonds in Asia, and I think that is the way forward. I think the problem with, as with green bonds and blue bonds, you really have to make sure that these are additional, that they really change what happens on the ground, and I think that's where both MDBs and also private or operators really have a responsibility to make sure that this is not just a kind of accounting exercise. It's something that really changes things on the ground. I think the sustainability-linked instruments are extremely important. I think this is a whole new way of thinking about how we can provide support to countries that want to improve, their, whatever they do. You can think of it in many areas, but if we apply it here to nature and to water, it allows for countries to credibly signal that we are actually going to do something about this. And we have all these issues in the past of conditionality, things being imposed on countries, against their will, and it very seldom worked very well. Here's a chance for governments, local governments, particularly national governments, to send signals. We are committed to implementing these policies or these measures, and if we don't do it, we have to pay a different price than if we do it. So that I've seen it done, for example, in Egypt, where they based their whole country platform. This is applying mainly to the energy sector, but the idea was they got a sustainable linked debt contract with Germany, and they increased their commitment under the NDCs. And if they didn't live up to that, they will have to pay a different interest rate. I think that way of thinking, it was something for a government like the Egyptian government to try to really send a strong signal that we are committed to implementing these NDCs. I spoke about using all the tools of infrastructure. You mentioned now public-private partnerships. I think that is an area where when we can take a lot of experience globally and take it to nature. I mean, obviously this has also been applied to water in many places, and as was alluded to, not always very successfully. So we have the UK experience, for example, now facing huge issues around the lack of investment in the infrastructure and so on. So this is a universal problem, and we need to find instruments that really make sure that the private operators of these PPPs are very committed to long-term, and you talked about the very long-term contracts that you need in this space to really make it work, and involving the local communities, making sure that they have a strong incentives. I haven't really thought this through very carefully, but I think there are some ideas out there about thinking of local communities as equity holders in these kind of structures, in the sense that they should be given an incentive in the upside of a nature investment, that when you really improve the functioning of a local ecosystem, for example, this is something that they should have a stake in. They should have a part of of the rewards. I see a lot of examples of how when you get local communities benefiting. So I give you one example, which is just a cute example. When we were looking at mangroves in Egypt, and these mangroves were being restored for ecotourist purposes, basically. But once the local population discovered that the honey from mangroves was very valuable, suddenly they had a much stronger stake in managing those estates. And I've seen it. We have in China the largest afforestation project ever, which was the sort of green Great Wall, which was a disaster from the beginning. It was the wrong type of trees. It was planted in long rows. They were very water dependent. They were planted, independent of what kind of sort of climate or soil were in a particular slot. But over time, they started in 1978. Over the course of 3 decades now, they have really learned a lot about how to do this, and it has been, part of that is about making sure that you have native species, you have a mixture of species, you are combining trees and grass and local, other vegetation. Over time you put in place trees or bushes that gives you some revenue. So whether it's berries or nuts or something that you can use for handicraft and so on. Again, giving the stake to local communities was a key to making this afforestation project successful in the end.
Very, very interesting. Thanks. Antes de eu continuar, porque nós ainda temos algum tempo, eu queria saber...
Before I continue, because we have some time, I'd like to make this more interactive. If someone in the audience has a question for our panelists, is there any question from the audience for our panelists? Why don't we do it now? Because in the end, time will get. I'm from Bahia. If I have a mic in my hand, I'll use all the time and talk all the time. Good afternoon. I'll speak in Portuguese. You have simultaneous translation. I'm Daniel from Água Camelo, a startup from Rio de Janeiro. We promote treated water for communities in vulnerable situation, to indigenous land, to others. I knew him in the World Water Forum. We have a project to be agreed with the state government, with the IDB incentives, working with productive areas in the Atlantic forest. I will talk to AEG also, so we're all connected somehow. I'd like to understand your perspective for decentralized solutions for communities. We have a proposal for a Vila das Barcas. We work with many different communities, and we know the traditional system for water sanitation technically can't reach these people. So I'd like to hear from you the perspective, challenges, barriers, benefits of working with decentralized innovative solutions and other formats of making these people be able to drink clear water at the end of the day. Let's listen to the other question, and then good afternoon. My name is Marzi Mai. I'm from Multiclima, our company to induce localized rains. We've worked with the water crisis. We generated 5.2 million cubic meters. My father was an inventor. It's a clean technology that only seeds drinking water. We had a water crisis in 2001, and we went there to work on the 4 systems that service the metropolitan region of Curitiba in the state of Paraná. We generated 18 million cubic meters. Clean technology produces water and contributes to speed up the recovery of water basins or reservoirs that are built already. So as well as in your project, we are Brazilian technologies that are ready to be a response for adaptation. And we'd like to, I think it's the same question, how our technologies can be faced effectively, because they are as adaptive technologies to improve availability of water, be it in communities, slums, in water basins, and that this could be part of the system. That's it. Thank you. Do you want to begin, and then we uh, give the floor to see if there's a reaction? I think this issue raised is very important regarding the isolated communities. Not only the isolated communities, but the fragilized ones also. In the urban area, we have informal areas with great difficulties to be reached. And in the isolated ones, it's even harder because we must have innovation, must have, and then I appreciate the startups. I congratulate the startups, apart from the one mentioned here in the field of supply. Also, I've also found other ones. So in other words, we will need innovation, will need to support these startups for them to develop themselves, because not only in Brazil, but in the whole of Latin America, we have close to 100 million people in isolated areas, rural areas, indigenous, quilombolas, etc., that need to be serviced. So I think there is a very large space, and this needs to reach the decision makers so they can look for these technologies. Adriana, can I compliment this? First of all, congratulations to both of you for being important. It is that people who are thinking about solutions, not only with the major companies, but you getting ready to provide services to the companies. We need that very much. In the AEG, we place ourselves very much, we put ourselves in places of apprentices. We are always learning, and the company that won that scale, that's exactly the reason. In the beginning, we started operating small cities. Braga knows that very well. AEG began its its history, operating cities of Mato Grosso that many private players, inclusively, had no interest in operating in. There's where we created the concept of a multifunctional sanitation agent. That's where we created all this mantra that guides the company till the day, which is efficiency will save us. That's what our CEO says to the day, keeps on saying efficiency will save us, and let's connect to the next cause. There are simple things. If you think whole philosophy of all this is very simple. And to see you here as entrepreneurs in the breathing in our sectors is that we created an innovation hub. It's a place we already had a major discussion like other sanitation companies, like new technologies, how to operate rural areas, vulnerable areas. So we've had a series of internal of ideas, but we launched this innovation hub, which is a structured space, an area that is dedicated to find companies like yours that can help companies to that affect the sanitation sector. So within that sector, we've discussed a series of initiatives, and I even dare say we are going to learn a lot of that process. The company had never the obligation of operating in these rural spaces, but now we began up. For a long time, we've been operating in the countryside. We began working in the countryside of the state of Piauí, and it's not our expertise. Our expertise is to do grids, collection, grids, distribution, grids. So these isolated systems are still a novelty for us. So companies like yours are super welcome to participate in this innovation hub and talk to us in this search of solutions for sanitation. Eric?
I want to say, like you, that we are a new institution. We are a new institution, and very much learning and very much wanting to hear these kind of stories. And one thing that we have discovered is, and I didn't know this, but it's quite well documented, that traditional infrastructure companies are the slowest across all sectors in adopting new technologies. And so we have created, if you go to our website, you'll find that we have created what we call an infra-tech hub. And it's a very simple idea that companies like the ones, these startups that you represent, can present their technologies, and the large infrastructure companies, much slower in their innovation capacity, we can match them. It's a small, it's a very, it's not the final answer, but it's hopefully a way. And it's also for us, frankly, we are probably more like these traditional infrastructure companies. We are not set up to do innovation in that sense. And I know from, I worked at a different development bank before, we had to set up a special investment committee to look at these kind of projects, because it's a different type of, the different types of risk. You need a very deep understanding of the technologies and the science behind it. So, again, we are learning, but we are trying to signal that we are very much in the prospect. We want to be in a position where we help facilitate this. The final thing I wanted to say is that, and I should maybe have mentioned that before when I was asked about finance, I think, what we need to move to really get scale on this is to get the commercial banks involved. I've seen it happening in many other areas, energy efficiency, women entrepreneurship, and so on. If you can get the commercial banks to think and understand these kind of investments, commercial banks are probably not the best often to finance, new startups, but when you can get them, these kind of nature investments, whether it's about these kind of decentralized solution that you're talking about, or if you can make the commercial banks really understand these. So we are working with two medium-sized banks, commercial banks in China, to look at nature investment, and they have adopted a taxonomy that we have developed together with the other MDBs, and to understand what is nature and how should we think about it. And it also uses a national eco-compensation scheme in China. We are using some nature-based carbon credits to make these underlying investments more bankable. And we will working also on trying to develop biodiversity credits. So if you can get the commercial banks to, and we lend money to the commercial banks, and having them, that's probably the best we can do in terms of, we can also invest with funds and so on, but really, I think if we want to scale this up, get this, more standardized, we need to work through the commercial banks. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Eu sei que o moderador não é para estar respondendo pergunta, mas vou dar
I know moderators shouldn't answer questions, but I'll give my opinion listening to the others. Something that from the standing point of what you presented from startups and someone who's in that for a long time, sometimes that leaves us frustrated. And I'll tell you something I was saying this morning in another panel about mismatch. That is, we are in a financial institution that does billions of dollars of operations per year, and we don't have IDB, for example, is the only multilateral bank that has an innovation lab as an institution, the IDB lab. But even so, we don't have all the tools and the necessary capillarity to create an environment that is totally favorable, for example, to startups, small companies. That first, our lab is pretty successful, but it's not enough. And then I'll come back to the mismatch thing. This morning I was talking in a panel about nature-based solutions and green financing. So one of the largest challenges we have in our countries is how we attract international capital, because we don't need to solve what we're saying in the issue of climate. We don't need billions, we need trillions. And that trillion is not with us. This trillion is with institutional investors in the north, in the northern hemisphere. Today, I think the figure varies, but we esteem today we have about $104 trillion in the hand of institutional investors. Less than 4% of this is destined to the emerging countries. That's a full mismatch, because when we talk about nature-based solutions, when we talk about climate solutions, the comparative advantages of a country with Brazil and of a region like Latin America are huge, they're enormous, and you can't attract that capital. So how do we solve that mismatch? Bringing that mismatch, bringing that to a completely different scale, the scale you were mentioning. There is another one. We live in a country and in a region where the entrepreneur spirit and innovation is very strong comparing to other regions of the world where I've worked, and we still weren't able. I'm not talking only about Brazil, I'm talking about Latin America in a more comprehensive way. We weren't still able to create the proper instruments, so all that entrepreneurship, all that innovation should flourish the way it needs to do. I think that's a challenge we still couldn't solve. You go to Israel, Israel has a ministry for startups, for example. Of course, it's a smaller country, it's another, I'm not here suggesting creation of a ministry, but suggesting that us, through that discussion, can create the ecosystem by which innovation, good ideas have an opportunity of really to flourish. So we still have 10 minutes. And I'll do this. I would like to invite our panelists for maybe 2-3 minutes each to do a final consideration about this discussion we've had. And for us, I'm sure, for me and for Braga, who are in this for a long time, the Rio Pinheiro River, one of the emotions I had over the last few years, I called him, and it was when he sent me a picture of the little tortoises in the Pinheiro River, and the other one that was here up in the panel, the ones here in this for a long time and went by many cycles of frustration. It's really touching to see what we're being able to do. Now, we need to do much more. So with this, I wanted to give the floor to each one of them for a final reflection about this discussion. Thank you, Gabriel. Well, Rio Pinheiro is being showed here up on the screen, clean, beautiful, in the central region of São Paulo city. Look, I think this panel was very fruitful on the line of giving us optimism. We must be optimistic. We are seeing this involvement of the private sector in the area of sanitation, very strong, with results. We are seeing the regulation improving in the country, and that'll provide more legal safety, more possibility of this trillion coming here, arriving here, because it's necessary to have, let's say, each one that invests will need to be assured there'll be a desired return for the resource they placed over there. So with this, I see a possibility. I also saw the issue of innovation, the relevance of innovation, mainly with the challenges that came from the 14026 from our regulatory framework, in the sense of it means a bill of law, a new law. So I think it's this water and sanitation law. Be rural, urban, dispersed populations, all populations. So I'm very, I stick to my time. So that's it. Thank you. I'm jealous because there's no picture of Rio de Janeiro here being showed. So it's good when we see things are really happening, right, Braga? It's exactly this optimism. We are very optimistic, and it's not for nothing. The company grew so much in the sector, even before the new framework. The company invested. We had IDB funding us. We were here talking about sanitation with the whole world, bringing investors from abroad. Anyhow, so this optimism is important. We can't avoid mentioning this here. So when the decision of COP was to come here to Pará in AEG, we thought, what's the legacy, specific legacy we'll leave for the state of Pará after COP? What can we bring as a legacy? And at the time, we still didn't have the concession. The state hadn't done the procurement yet, so I think we were still assessing anyhow. And we decided in the company to universalize the city of Barcarena, universalize the sanitation in the city of Barcarena, close to Belém, 2 hours by boat approximately. The universalization goals of Barcarena were for 2033, so the company was pretty bold in doing 8 years in 1 year. So we concluded that project for universalization, and Barcarena will be the first city in the state of Pará that is universalized 8 years before the new milestone. That's the legacy we want to bring, a legacy of transformation, a message in the sense it's possible to do it. It was challenging. We had to run with the constructions, rush. We did everything very quickly. We brought the Bank of Amazonia, which was super engaged and said they had to invest in that project with us. So we did funding with the Bank of Amazonia, which is a huge success. So this is the kind of legacy we want to bring, a legacy of transformation for Brazil, a legacy of transformation through sanitation, always with a lot of optimism and with partners like IDB, like Itaúsa, always supporting the company.
Thank you for, I'm learning so much here, so I'm very excited about that. Yes, we have talked about public-private partnership. I think there's a very important role for MDVs to be part of this and try to play, often this is local authorities that have never done this in the past, and you have professional operators coming in, and sometimes we can play a role trying to help balance this relationship and work with local communities to maybe strengthen their capacity to look at and understand this kind of investments. So that, I think, is something we can do. You spoke about institutional investors, so we have actually worked we're trying to bring in institutional investors into infrastructure in general, but I think it would be particularly interesting to do in the nature's infrastructure. So the way we have done it was to take from banks when the building or the construction risk is behind us. It's much easier for institutional investors to come in. So we have created vehicles. This is in Singapore with some backing from the Singapore government to warehouse these and then sell off in tranches depending on what different investors are looking for in terms of green components and so on. But that kind of warehousing, I think, is something that it can be very effective also in the environmental space. Israel was mentioned. The way they did it, and they created this fantastic innovation culture, was that the government established a set of fund, I think 10 funds or something, and then they invited the private sector to come into this. I think if we scale this up, thinking about nature as infrastructure, I think that could be a very interesting model to think about how we can do it. So thank you very much. I think, there's no better country than Brazil to think about nature as infrastructure, so I'm very grateful to be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Bom, com isso que
With that, I'd like to thank our panelists and the audience for being here with us. I hope this panel, this talk of ours, was so fruitful for us as it was for me here with our panel. So thank you very much, everyone. Good evening. See you next time.
noite. Boa noite. Agora sim. Mais uma vez, sejam
Não,
muito
claro que não.
bem-vindas e muito
Sai do evento.
bem-vindos.
Ué, eles estão com um novo negócio aqui, mas eu acho que não tem estrangeiro, né? Eu acho que acabou, falou que acabou a plenária, mas deixa eu te falar, ninguém tá falando mais nada aqui. Eu acho que não tem coisa, é porque está continuando aqui no palco principal, mas eu acho que é sem tradução. Sim, mas olha só, pode ser uma coisa no seu equipamento, não no fone, entendeu? Na parte de áudio, porque tem uma parte da placa mãe, seja do notebook, seja do PC, né, desktop, e processa o som. Às vezes pode ser um problema nessa parte de som da placa-mãe. Aí você tem que trocar a placa-mãe. Ou comprar outro equipamento, porque às vezes a placa-mãe, se for de notebook, sei lá, de trocar a placa-mãe de notebook é meio complicado. Mas dá para fazer, assim, pegando de preferência na autorizada, né? No fabricante do notebook, numa loja autorizada, sei lá. Porque os caras eles mandaram isso. E outra, dessa vez eu não estava te ouvindo. Quando você reentrou, lembra que eles fecharam o Zoom? to have more sustainable management and with more profitability for the entrepreneurs of the sector. The these pillars, these axles, where we talk about water, sewer, infrastructure, and how these people will face climate change. Axle 5, we talk about development of people, the human capacity building to live in this new era and to adapt and preserve their cultural heritage. And in the so-called Axle 6, we have all the part of funding, insurance, capacity building technology to do these 5 axles from above to operate. That's the so-called climate change agenda, and it talks a lot to this house, to these companies, to these professionals, and with all who are here doing this showcase of solutions of how we effectively will implement this agenda in Brazil and around the world and make us get closer to our goals. An important word about half empty, half full glass. I think there are many people who are pessimists with good reason, but I think now there are very few optimists, and I'm one of them. And there are good reasons to be optimistic. Right now, we are effectively, for the first time in these 10 years, turning the curve in favor of a much larger growth in the generation of renewable energies with regards to other energies, now from 2 to 1. We've never been in such a moment in the last 10 years. Technological solutions that are super interesting in all these areas I mentioned to you that go by hydrogen, by air, solar, and so many other pathways, by bioeconomy, by the issue of recovery of areas. We saw a Brazilian company just won the award of the Airshot Awards by the issue of degraded areas, extensive and intensive agriculture in Brazil also moving towards very favorable profiles regarding carbon economy and carbon economy itself, the carbon credits now with the legislation passed and a very interesting pathway in that direction. So I see Brazil effectively can be a major solution for a great part of the solutions in the world, positively unproportional. And why is that important? Because this can expand the value chains in Brazil from this potentiality of renewable energies and some attributes we have and speed up our socio-economical development as if it were again a bonus that we had with the natality, a high natality 40 years ago, and now we have the chance of having another positively unproportional result with sustainability from the economic point of view. So I ask you all not only to enjoy very much these days here in Belém, but also keep on active and keep on participating strongly in this agenda, which is paramount for the socio-economic development of humanity, and especially in Brazil. It's a climate agenda, it's an environment agenda, but it's essentially a socio-economic development agenda that can allow Brazil to speed up in an interesting manner in its level and in the level of life of the population. So thank you very much, everyone who organized the event, Casa, and let's keep on doing this showcase of solutions, and that's what you'll see very much in these weeks in COP30, and I'm sure in COP31, COP32, because this is the path of implementation, the path of demonstrating what we can do, the crossing idea, this cross-sitting between practices in technology and funding and all these pathways. So good end of afternoon, good evening, everyone, and enjoy very much your event today. Thank you very much.
mais um dia na CASE. Ela é uma líder internacionalmente reconhecida na área das mudanças climáticas. Foi secretária executiva da Convenção da ONU sobre Mudança do Clima de 2010 a 2016, onde supervisionou a implementação do histórico Acordo de Paris. É também cofundadora do Global Optimism. Eu vou improvisar um pouquinho, se me permites. En este continente tenemos el costumbre de hablar en inglés entre nosotros acá en Brasil y la gente de allá, más para allá de la cordillera, ¿no? Y tal vez o nosso idioma, si hablamos despacito, nos entendemos todos, ¿no? Entonces, le pido una calorosa recepción a la señora Cristiana Figueres. Bienvenida.
No sé si estamos bailando o conversando. Buenas noches a todos y muchas gracias por la invitación. No sé qué prefieren, inglés o español. ¿Inglés rápido o español muy despacio? Perdón, pero portugués no les ofrezco. Les puedo ofrecer inglés, español, alemán. ¿Qué prefieren? Español. Bueno, me dan un reto porque todo lo que preparé, lo preparé en inglés. Pero no, vamos a ver, si lo queremos en español, mejor la lengua madre. Bueno, voy a empezar. Con recordarnos que tal vez ustedes piensan que estamos en un mundo que ya conocen, pero la verdad es que si bien se levantaron esta mañana, se lavaron los dientes, espero que se lavaron los dientes, se vistieron, se ducharon, fueron a la oficina y creyeron que estábamos en una realidad que siempre hemos tenido. Yo quisiera compartirles que eso no es así, que aunque nos parezca que estamos en una realidad normal, la pura verdad es que estamos en un mundo completamente diferente. Y estamos en un mundo en donde estamos viviendo con dos realidades que están conviviendo lado a lado, por lo menos por el momento. Tenemos dos realidades lado a lado. Lo interesante de esas dos realidades que les voy a describir es que no van a existir para siempre, porque una de esas dos realidades se va a convertir en la realidad permanente y la otra se desaparece. Esto no es un juego de magia, sino que es la dolorosa realidad que estamos viviendo. Entonces, ¿cuál es la primera realidad? La primera realidad es que estamos en una zona de sumo peligro en donde tenemos una cantidad de momentos que podrían desatarse, en donde estamos poniendo más y más presión sobre nuestros ecosistemas, sea las capas de hielo, sean las corrientes de los océanos, sean los bosques tropicales y que puede bien ser que en algún momento la presión que estamos ejerciendo sobre esos ecosistemas llegue a un punto de quiebre y que la presión que se ha venido armando poco a poco, de repente se quiebra y el ecosistema se convierte en otro ecosistema irreversiblemente. Eso no es una condición que se podría echar atrás. Yo vengo saliendo de la COP30. ¿Cuántos de ustedes están participando en la COP? Ah, ok, la mayoría. Bueno, entonces, ¿y es la primera COP en que participan o han participado en otra? ¿La primera COP quién? ¿Y segunda, tercera COP? Ok. COP número 30. Pensemos que esta COP30 es la primera COP en la historia que se desarrolla dentro de un ecosistema que tiene la posibilidad de ese quiebre catastrófico que estamos hablando, la Amazonía. La Amazonía es uno de los ecosistemas a la par de los hielos del norte, del polo norte y polo sur, es uno de esos ecosistemas que podría de repente entrar en un quiebre dramático y repentino y que se podría convertir en una sabana. O sea, la Amazonía que ustedes conocen podría perder toda su cobertura forestal y se podría convertir en una sabana, perdiendo, por supuesto, la biodiversidad que está ahí, las culturas que están ahí, podría desestabilizar completamente la economía de este país, del continente y del mundo. Lo que estos puntos de quiebre repentinos hacen es que disminuyen la capacidad que tenemos en el planeta de absorber esos embates. O sea, disminuye la capacidad de resiliencia del planeta. Y por supuesto eso significa pérdida económica y humana, etcétera. Eso es una realidad en la que estamos viviendo, aunque nos hubiéramos levantado esta mañana a lavar los dientes. Igual estamos en esa realidad que podría ser catastrófica. Además de eso, quiero contarles que la política internacional no está respondiendo a esa posible catástrofe, porque tenemos ahora que los planes de gobierno que pusieron los gobiernos apenas suman un 12% de reducciones y deberíamos de estar casi al 50%. Entonces, unos planes nacionales muy por debajo de lo que deberíamos.
So the national plans
Entonces la pregunta surge.
are much smaller, much below what we should have. So the question is, so are we condemned to a situation of catastrophic destruction in the planet? There are some who think yes. I think not. I think we're not condemned to that catastrophic situation because beyond that reality that we live in, we also have another different reality, which is a reality that actually is one of much enthusiasm in which we're living. So we see a new economy is coming, an economy we didn't know before, and we don't know exactly how it's going to be, but that is appearing thanks to the efforts of many people. But there is an economy that is very competitive, to be contained, and very large to be ignored. Why am I saying that? why do I say we have that economy? And ask, are you understanding at least 80% of what I'm saying? 100%? And I'm not even speaking Portuguese. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the flexibility. Let's see why I say there is an economy of a lot of energy, of a lot of enthusiasm that is appearing. We think that 10 years ago, when I was supporting the government so they could adopt the Paris Agreement in 2015, and this year we thought that maybe we could have a little bit of uh, energy for the world. Today we know the projections for solar energy are of 1,600% more than what we thought 10 years ago. 1,600%. The projections of wind energy, 300% more. The projections for electrification of vehicles, 40% larger. And the whole package for renewable energy with batteries, nowadays vehicles with batteries is cheaper than fossil fuels in almost every market throughout the world. So being certain that we have in the first reality I mentioned, that we have the possibility or probability of negative points, we also have positive points. And that is what we see already, at least in the energy sector, where we already have only this year that the demand for electricity, has grown and is supplied much more with renewable energy than with fossil fuels. And beyond this, we thought this was hard to understand if we read the papers that only broadcast bad news. It's impressive, and this year we stopped having the growth of fossil fuel plants because everything that has been placed into the world systems comes from renewable energies. 10 years ago, that would have been impossible to think of. We are already in a situation where we are investing twice as much in renewable energies, in 2 billion in renewable energy, and half only in fossil energy. Actually, we're really changing and making completely kind of economy grow. So when you read the newspapers, you think we have a fatal geopolitics because the United States and the White House, I usually call it the dark house, doesn't understand anything, doesn't know anything about science, neither of health and education, and even less about climate change. So how sad. And you think that with all the measures, all the tariffs and taxes and much more, I don't know, whatever else we're being threatened by, I'd say you have a geopolitics dominated by the United States. It could even be so, but as I don't like that idea, I would like to introduce you an idea of another, of a different geopolitics, which is the geopolitics of the dark house. And the geopolitics I see that is appearing is one of an economic and political growth from us in the southern countries, the countries of the south. I'm talking about the countries of the global south.
It's the global majority.
They corrected me. I'm not.
Somos la mayoría. Bueno, ahora imaginémonos.
I'm talking about the majority of the globe because that's what we are. So imagine us in the south have 70% of the potential of all clean energies. We are the ones who have it. 50% of the minerals that are necessary for that transition. And the countries between Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, which are the developing countries, the largest developing countries, these countries are already generating half of all the solar energy in the world because we know it's of our interest, because we know that many of our countries are the three-quarters of the population of the world live in countries that have to import fossil fuels. So from who are we importing? From volatile countries, concerning politically, and the pure truth is that we realized we don't have to give importance to that, because now we can import technology, and now, all right, technology done in China, because it seems the gringos don't want to do anything, so we import technology from China, but we will generate our own electricity with our own resources that are clean and renewable. That is a very different geopolitics. We don't depend on the United States, neither from the countries that produce gas and oil. And that is so sure, that is so certain, although nobody places this in the news. China in 5 months has began reducing their emissions. If China is reducing their emissions, the world will reduce their emissions. So we have very good news with regards or about the fact of being in a reality that begins to be much more responsible. Certainly, it's not so in all sectors. What we call in Brazil as bioeconomy, it was a well-given name, and this is still far behind. It's lagging behind it. It's the Cinderella, so to say, and that's what they say. These sectors are very lagging behind very much, but I tell you, Brazil is placing the systems on the table, and I don't know if you found out, if you got to know, but Brazil made a proposal for a fund guided towards the protection of the forests, and in the few days they already attracted 5 billion for that fund, and I think that's a huge success for Brazil. So, rephrasing, we are in between two realities, one with the other, and from side to side. As I mentioned at the beginning, at this moment, it's being so, but in a very short time we'll see which of these realities will remain, will be permanent. It's a reality within which we exclude the figure we have now because we still work to see if it's a world where we have a much better world than the one we have now. And there is where we have the moral reason, certainly, but also economically. We know that all the clean technologies have much more competitiveness. So to land here where we are, what is the private sector doing in these two realities, to the left and to the right? Well, how many journalists do we have here today? All right, so I invite you to cover this topic with more responsibility, because journalism has been simplifying this too much, is making this too simple. And some believe there's no chance of solving that problem, and that all private companies in the world are afraid of Trump, and all are hiding and are setting back their commitments and all that. But that is not so. So effectively, many surveys have been done, and according to that, 90% of the companies in the world are either maintaining or increasing their responsible commitment regarding lowering the emissions and with a transition towards a cleaner reality and more sustainable reality. And why is that? Because in the business case and the logic, entrepreneur logic, we simply know that according to this, nowadays, inclusively comparing to 5 or 10 years ago, we understand that the entrepreneur logic is derived through sustainability. In reality, I think we've understood that if we want to have entrepreneur continuity, we have to do it through sustainability, and there is no other pathway towards this. So if you are in COP, it's because you understand there are physical risks for the companies through climate change that let's say we can control, because you know that your chains of products which you buy have a problem if you interrupt the chain, the productivity you have as companies. You know there are risks that are physical regarding the continuity of the companies. But what it seems to me you must also consider is that there are risks in the transition we're in. We are not in the reality I'm depicting. We are in a transition, and there are transition risks. For example, risks of regulation uncertainty, because we don't know if we come and go. This seems a cha-cha-cha. We don't know if the government is supporting or not. So all the governments, but especially the neighbors from the north, and also there's a given uncertainty as to what our clients will require, what are the expectations, and how can we think forward and get ready for a clientele that will ask for products and services that are very different from the ones we're offering now. I would say that in most companies, the easy part of decarbonizing the operation has already been done in most of the companies, and that now what is coming is looking towards the ones we're buying from, our suppliers and the supply chain, and we should begin working with the supply chain, because there is where we are stuck now. So as to the role of the private sector, I'd say 4 things. And if you say, what does the private sector have to do? I'm anticipating a question that someone will ask me. What is the role of the private sector? So let's see. 4 responsibilities. first, carry on with innovation. The company that remains with the product and service and operation it has today will lag behind, definitely. So to carry on with innovation and investment in innovation. Number two, use the purchase power you have, especially if you are in a large company. Make use of the purchase power to demand the ones that supply to you to supply more responsibly, because in the end of the day you buy a product, buy a service, buy transportation, and you are the ones responsible for that. So we have to rise the responsibility up to the ones in the supply chain, so it becomes a more responsible supply chain. So third, collaborate with governments and financial institutions so they demand regulation, frameworks and regulations that support the transition and innovation. And the third is insisting in monitoring and accounting transparency that allow for global standards where you can do comparisons within a sector, compare responsibility and the integrity of each one. Well, up to now, the 4 points of each company. And if there are companies here interested in taking a strong step forward, I introduce you my colleague, and this is the commercial that comes to support my colleague, Fiona, where is she? There, of course, in the bar, obviously, next to the bar. How smart. Because we have an initiative that we began for many years with the Amazon, more or less small company that we began this initiative called the Climate Pledge, and now we have 600 companies around the world that are supporting each other mutually to do that decarbonization. So if you are interested in beginning to work with 600 other companies very similar to yours, the one who is having a caipirinha is the person to talk to. Well, I close telling you a tale. I live in Costa Rica, and of course, when one lives in a country like Costa Rica, like Brazil, the last thing you want is to live in a city. So I went to live there, away in a beach, and I have the fortune of living in a beach where sea tortoises come to lay their eggs. So I'm always keen to what we are finding out in science about this behavior of tortoises, of turtles, sea turtles. So recently I read an article that seemed very interesting, and that is that the sea turtles that lay eggs in front of my house, almost on my bed, lay up to 100, 120 eggs in each nest, and these eggs remain there during exactly 45 days. And then now, day number 45, the eggs that are over on top of the nest, so imagine the nest is like this, and it's deep because they must fit 120, 150 eggs. So the eggs that are above that get warmer because they are closer to the sun, to the warmer sand. These eggs will have female tortoises, but that's another story. The eggs above, because they're ones that get more heat, are the ones that get ready quicker to leave the nest. The incredible thing we found out now is that the turtles that are already formed as turtles with inside these eggs above know the moment they have to emerge. And since day 45, when they are getting ready to hatch the eggs and go to the beach and then towards the ocean, these little turtles inside the egg still begin to emit a signal they can listen to, and us obviously not, but a signal that has the purpose of sending this signal to the eggs below, within the egg. So let's understand, inside the eggs, they started emitting a signal that means alert, 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 my brothers and sisters, because we are beginning to leave the nest. And the eggs below hear that signal and begin to get ready to leave, to exit the nest, because all the little turtles must exit in the same day. So that signal they listen to below makes the development of the little turtles that are below speed up on that day, and that in a few hours they can get to maturity to be able to leave the nest successfully. Why do I tell you this tale? Because it seems to me there is a lot of noise in the world, a lot of noise about if it's possible to do the transition towards a much more healthy economy, if it's not possible, if that country said this, the other country said that, So the noise is constant. But how do we know? It's not the noise that counts, it's the signal. The signal that counts. And we must differentiate the noise from the signal. And like the turtles issue a signal, although there's a lot of noise on the beach, they emit a signal, they listen to that signal and get ready to emerge. So what I suggest to you is that each one of you doesn't pay attention to the noise. But in the other hand, you should listen to the signal of an economy that is already emerging, that is already being gestated, and that you will also listen to that sign and wake up to the new reality. Thank you very much.
Bueno, Cristina, nos has agraciado con palabras
You
muy
have
importantes
brought many important words, very relevant for today. You still have some time. If we could have a Q&A session, so people can ask their questions. Does anyone have a question? Yes? How many turtles? No. What kind of sea turtles is your house under rental by Airbnb? No, I wanted to know your opinion about the carbon markets. Well, can we have two? Yes. No, so no. Just this one. Please answer. Just one question for the whole evening. No, he wants to ask one later. Well, okay. The carbon markets. So good to be in Brazil when you ask me that question. I love it. In 1997, before all of you were born, many countries were in Japan and Kyoto negotiating the Kyoto Protocol. And I was there representing my country, which is Costa Rica, and I have the dear memory that two countries were the ones who insisted in the carbon market. Which ones do you think they were? Brazil and Costa Rica. Brazil and Costa Rica. And well, finally we achieved this and we had a very active carbon market worldwide where the major virtue of this carbon global market was that we had a general universal price, and that is very important because we can't have tons of carbon that have different prices, different qualities, etc. So during the time, during the 10 years the carbon market worked, it seems to me it was a large participation of the developing countries, and that some people say it was no good for developing countries, etc. And my personal opinion is that there was more benefit for us in developing countries than problems. But well, it seems that the vast majority of people didn't agree with me, so the carbon market that worked under the Kyoto Protocol, when we went from the Protocol of Kyoto to the Paris Agreement, which is a different regime, there was no consensus to adopt the carbon market that was working and included into the Paris Agreement. That hurt me a lot because I asked why that was something that was so good was not approved. But anyhow, I was executive secretary, didn't negotiate by my country, so I had to consider the governments, other governments, so what could I do? And then now, 10 years after, it cost a huge lot to the countries to adhere to the market rules. So now we have to follow the market rules. So now there's a process, too slow process to come back to have an international market, because the market kept on working in some markets in the United States, in Europe, in Australia, etc., but isolatedly. And that is good, but is not as good as a universal market. So I have a lot of hope that, well, in a slow pace, the governments are moving in. I hope that in 5 years we'll have another international carbon market. I know I don't speak on behalf of the whole world. There are many enemies of the market carbon. I'm an enthusiastic. I was in this commission, and my friend Jose Miguel, Brazilian, was also there, and also another major friend of the carbon market. But anyhow, if you ask me, it seems to me there are more benefits than problems, and that we should make this work again at the international level.
Cristiana, thank you very much for those remarks. It's an honor to be in this beautiful space, which reflects the need for collaboration and for solutions. There are many efforts that are designed to finance the transition. One such effort that is launching here this week is called the Journey Fund, but it's designed to ensure that we identify the social elements of building a bioeconomy as a just transition can actually ensure that we leave no one behind, but also create returns. And this is one solution where, as a fund of funds initially in LATAM, we're investing in communities in Amazon where currently it's quite incredulous. We're flying in diesel to these communities on planes, and those communities will get access to solar energy as just one precise solution. How can we scale these efforts to finance the transition, but also ensure that it's a just transition as we meet here at the COP?
Sí, bueno, la pregunta es cómo.
Well, the question is how to scale and reach more volume in these funds that have been created. One very specific here. The truth is that if we see we have a trajectory of creation of more and more funds, the Brazilian one to begin with, the new one, and this other one that we've listened, we've heard, and we have more possibilities. It seems to me a good thing that these amount of funds are appearing, because the truth is that, number one, we've never decarbonized the economy. We're doing it for the first time. And number two, we don't know which are going to be the more successful financial models to do that. So when we don't know what to do, it's best to look for many options and make them compete among each other to see which is the most effective one. So I celebrate the creation of this fund, creation of the Forest Fund of Brazil, and so many other funds that are being created. No one with the necessary capital, none of them. So let's say they're all mini funds that are trying to experiment to find good solutions. Well, Cristiana, it's an honor to be with you here. And on behalf of everyone, I would like to thank you. We've had a major class in talking about the future and call to action. And the last thing I ask you is a picture with the partners that are in the house. Can we? Yes, sure.